Sir, we are also live on YouTube now.
Ratish, we can start now.
Yeah, we'll start now.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome. I'm Bhanu Aneja, your host for the day. And on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you who's gathered here to be a part of this landmark occasion. Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC, is a premier body of business and industry in India, set up in 1925 by a group of pioneering industrialists. The chamber has been functioning efficiently and building meaningful synergies among the industry and government by addressing strategic issues of national significance. It has been instrumental in facilitating better commerce in the country. The world is a marketplace with great opportunities for the dreamers. The World Investors Confluence was conceptualized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce for trade, investment, and developmental activities across countries by building global strategic alliances. It promotes multilateral trade between countries and sets the ground for new cross border partnerships. It'll bring together diplomats, union and state ministers, bureaucrats, investors, senior government officials, corporate houses, and decision makers for businesses both in India and abroad to deliberate upon the investment opportunities in the countries, as well as discuss on the scope of collaborational partnership between the businesses through exchange of knowledge and services. The India-Korea Business Forum is an initiative under the World Investors Confluence. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening remarks, I take the honor to call on stage the chairman of Korea International Trade Association, Mr. King Young-ju. Welcome, sir.
안녕하십니까. 한국무역협회 김영주 회장입니다.
바쁘신 중에도 오늘 포럼에 많은 귀한 분들이 자리를 함께 해주셨습니다. 마양잘란 인도 상공회의소 회장님, 유명희 통상교섭 본부장님, 아민 미트라 서벵골 재정통상산업부 장관님, 랑카나탄 주한 인도 대사님, 선봉길 주 인도 한국 대사님, 아메야 프라프 인도 상의 서부지역 회장님, 그리고 지금 포럼을 시청하고 계신 한국과 인도 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 현재 한국과 인도 양국은 코로나19로 인해 인적 교류 위축, 교역과 투자 감소, 생산 차질로 인한 글로벌 공급망 훼손 등 전례 없는 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 그러나 이런 어려운 때일수록 양국 기업인들의 네트워크 강화와 경제 협력을 통한 상생의 노력이 그 어느 때보다 더 중요하다고 생각합니다. 인도는 한국에게 매우 중요한 파트너입니다. 인도는 한국에게 11위의 교역 대상국이며 최근 많은 한국 기업들이 스마트폰, 자동차, 철강 등 여러 분야에서 인도에 투자를 확대하고 있습니다. 양국은 2010년에 한인도 포괄적 경제 동반자 협정을 발효하고 현재는 새로운 무역 환경에 걸맞게 개정을 진행하고 있습니다. 또한 양국 관계는 2015년 특별 전략적 동반자 관계로 격상되었으며 인도의 신동방 정책과 한국의 신남방 정책은 서로 시너지 효과를 내며 양국의 관계를 더욱 강화시키는 플랫폼으로 작용하고 있습니다. 무역협회는 국내 31개 공공단체와 신남방 비즈니스 연합회를 구성하여 연합회 회장사를 맡아 인도와 여러 신남방 국가들 간의 협력사업 발굴, 한국과 신남방 기업인들 간의 비즈니스 지원, 신남방 민간 채널 확대 등 신남방 지역과의 경제협력 활성화를 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 인도 속담에 1 더하기 1은 11이 된다는 말이 있습니다. 서로 마음을 굳게 합치면 그 시너지 효과가 엄청나다는 것이죠. 한국과 인도가 서로 힘을 모은다면 양국은 포스트 코로나 시대의 핵심 파트너로서 괄목할 만한 상생협력의 성과를 얻으리라 생각합니다. 아무쪼록 이번 포럼이 양국 기업인들의 네트워크가 더욱 강화되고 새로운 비즈니스 협력이 창출될 수 있는 유용한 자리가 되길 기대합니다. 앞으로도 우리 무역협회는 양국 경제계의 새로운 미래 비전을 제시하고 기업인 교류와 협력을 활성화할 수 있도록 노력을 아끼지 않겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion. It was truly an honor. And ladies and gentlemen, there's this announcement. Please use the interpreter function that is there on the screen to listen to the translation in, so whoever all the delegates speak in Korean, you can convert that, translate that to English language and vice versa for all the Korean delegates. So please use that feature for listening to this in English. Thank you so much. And we'll proceed with the program. Next, I take the honor to call on stage ICC President to say a few words, Mr. Mayank Chalan. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Ms. Yoo Myung-hee, Honorable Trade Minister, Republic of Korea, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, Honorable Minister, Government of Telangana, Mr. Dibya Shankar Mishra, Honorable Minister, Government of Orissa, Her Excellency, Shri Priya Ranganathan, Ambassador of India to Korea, His Excellency, Shing Wong-kil, Ambassador of Korea to India, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, Honorary Consul General of South Korea in Kolkata, Mr. Kim Yung-joo, Chairman of KITA, my dear friend Ameya, the Chairman of ICC Western Region. India-Korea Business Forum is being organized today by the Indian Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with the Embassy of South Korea in New Delhi, Indian Embassy in South Korea with the support of KITA and KOTRA. I also heartily welcome Mr. Deepak Bagla, MD and CEO of Invest India, Mr. M.K. Das, Mr. Rajat Agarwal, Mr. Hemant Sharma, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. I also like to extend a warm welcome to all the speakers from the plenary session and participants at this esteemed gathering. While we are still reminiscing over one of the best organized Winter Olympics 2018 in South Korea, there are many reasons that has kept South Korea as one of the most sought out destinations in the world. The trade relation between India and South Korea has always been amicable. The Republic of Korea is the 13th largest FDI investor in India since April 2000 to March 2020. The bilateral trade touched 17.3 billion US dollars during April 2019 to January 2020. India features amongst the top 10 trade partners of South Korea and is the 6th largest export destination for South Korean goods. India is presently known as one of the most important players in the global economic landscape. Its trade policies, government reforms, and inherent economic strengths has attributed to its standing as one of the most sought-after destinations for foreign investments in the world. In addition, technological and infrastructure development being carried out across the country augurs well for the trade and economic sector in the years to come. Today, there are over 600 large and small Korean firms operating in India. The growing convergence of views between South Korea and India has the capacity to drive Asia's economy and development and stimulate the global growth. We have gathered here today to explore what lies ahead and what are the opportunities for collaboration between businesses through exchange of knowledge and services. The India-Korea Business Forum provides a platform to deliberate on increasingly substantive and significant India-Korea relationship. As we delve on the opportunities and the potential of the countries to enhance its competitiveness, to increase the number of South Korean companies in India over the next 5 years in today's forum, the effort for transforming its huge and reaching this goal will call for a concerted effort from businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, and government leaders. It will also require new solutions. The business community and entrepreneurs must play in helping to deliver this growth while building new capabilities. With these few words, I once again welcome our eminent guests and look forward to a fruitful deliberation and interaction. Thank you.
Please unmute yourself.
We're so sorry for that. Thank you so much, sir. So next, I take the honor to invite Mr. Rajiv Kaul, ICC past president and honorary consul general of South Korea in Kolkata, to say a few words. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Ministers, Ms. Yu Myung-hee, Minister K.T. Ramarao, Minister Dibya Shankar Mishra, Excellencies Shri Priya Ranganathan, Ambassador of India to Korea, and Excellency Shin Bong-kil, Ambassador of Korea to India, Mr. Kim Young-ju, Chairman of KITA, my friend and President, Mr. Jalan, and also my friend, Amiya Prabhu, who is the Chairman of ICC Western Region and actively engaged in Korea, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, and the 300 participants who we have from various companies, 100 from Korea and 200 from India. I think President Jalan has laid out on the broad canvas the potential of our two countries. We have come a long way in the last 25 years of our 45-year diplomatic relationship. And today the focus is predominantly on building trade, building investments, and building on the technology potential and transfer between the two countries. As India continues its journey in the next 4 or 5 years to achieve a 5 trillion economy, there are immense opportunities both sides. And today's seminar is actually a good opportunity for the participants. And as I said, there are 300 of them to make the maximum benefit out of the same. For those who want to progress further, Indian Chamber offices is always available. And let me tell you that both KITA and KOTRA are extremely helpful to both sides in furthering business. So please do make full use of these organizations. And let me also add that our Indian ambassador and her team in Seoul, as also Ambassador Shins in New Delhi, are equally helpful. So please make use of all these opportunities and let's look forward to some great results by the end of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the honor to welcome on stage Her Excellency Ms. Sri Priya Ranganathan, Ambassador of India to Korea.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, Mr. Divya Shankar Mishra, Honorable Sir, Honorable Minister, Mr. K.T. Ramarao from Telangana, President of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Jalal, my good friend Ameya Prabhu, Chairperson of the Western Region, ICC, and Mr. Rajiv Kaur, the Honorable Consul General of Korea in Kolkata. That's those who are, I think, present in spirit, but not present in person at the moment. Trade Minister Yoon Myung-hee, the KITA President, Mr. Kim, and my counterpart in Delhi, Ambassador Shin Rao-Kei. I wish you all a very, very good morning. I'm going to for all our Korean friends who are part of this meeting today. I'm so delighted to be able to join you at the very, very timely forum that has been organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce and the Korea International Trade Association. I think it would be a fair statement if I were to say that India and the Republic of Korea have ties of friendship that cover virtually all aspects of the spectrum, ranging from political and strategic, historic and cultural, and most critically, at least in the current days that we are living in high economic information. In the recent past, we have elevated our relationship to the level of a special strategic partnership, and we have been working very hard to discover the synergies between the ROK's flagship foreign policy initiative, the E7 policy, and our own Act East policy, which has really prioritized the relations with the countries and our partners and our friends that lie to our east. There has been a decision that has been taken at the highest level of our leadership that we will take steps to boost our bilateral trade to the level of $50 billion by the year 2030. And this would mark a more than doubling of trade from where we currently are at roughly $20 billion per annum. And we have also decided to prioritize investments to the investments, but more importantly, the investments by Korean companies in India so that we are able to take advantage of India's relatively low-cost, very high-quality manufacturing ecosystem and the services ecosystem and the business-friendly economic reforms that have been taken over the past few years. I think we are also hoping that there will be efforts that are made by both Indian companies and Korean companies, and I think both Mr. Jalan and Mr. Kaul have alluded to this in their own remarks, of how both we can take advantage of the innovation, the R&D strengths, and the investable capital which Korea is so rich in, with the kind of strengths that India has, which I've just mentioned. If we are able to do this, I think we've really created the foundation for a truly win-win partnership, which will stand us in good stead going forward. discoveries that I think we have made in the past few months in the wake of the COVID-19 outbreak is the power of technology and how technology can help us to bring our conversations between business persons and policymakers, even without physical travel. Now, how should I say, the handicaps that I discovered when I came here 2.5 years ago was that the physical distance between India and Korea was such that people were a little hesitant to commit to a 9 hour journey and 2 or 3 days of stay because that would really mean about a 4 or 5 day departure from this. But in the context of the first enforced halt that COVID-19 has brought upon us, I think we've been able to conduct some very, very meaningful conversations between business persons as well as policymakers. So I can just very quickly mention what the industry has been involved in the past few months. We've had very, very useful engagements between our pharma companies, medical devices companies, IT and IT-enabled services companies, companies that are active in the leather sector and so on, between Korean and Indian players. Just a few days ago, we had organized in partnership with one of the leading media companies of media agencies of Korea, News, a full-fledged India Business Forum, in which we tried to inform the people of Korea, the business community of Korea about the emerging opportunities in India and how both the Indian and the Korean companies and business communities, wider business communities can work together to emerge much more effectively and quickly from the pandemic. And in this, we were very fortunate to have the support from all agencies in India, including our partners in the industry. I'm very, very confident that this forum that we are seeing today, given the kind of reach and influence of KITA, KOTRA, and the ICC, will also help us in conveying this message of the value of this partnership and exploring these opportunities to more and more Indian and Korean companies across the field, whether it is small and medium enterprises, whether it's large companies, whether it is startups. I think everybody would find which suits them and which should be explored. I think at this time when we are all grappling with the global economic recession that has been brought about by the COVID pandemic, this kind of conversation and this kind of exploration is really the need of the hour. I would work with these months where we are still unable to encourage Korean companies to travel to India and Indian companies are likewise finding it difficult to travel out to India. We could use this time that we have, the breathing space that we have to do the groundwork so that we are able to carry that into a very practical plane and in a way convert these conversations into concrete business proposals and investment plans once this crisis is behind us. And I would only say, for the benefit of the Korean companies that are with us today, that given the kind of focus that our government has given at this present juncture to revitalizing the manufacturing ecosystem in India, using the strength of the Indian economy, the strength of the Indian market, and the skills of the Indian people to support the global turnaround after this crisis. That you must really look at the opportunities that are lying in wait for you at virtually every corner. If I look at the area of investment or infrastructure development, if I look at the area of technology, startups, the financial sector, healthcare, I think there are these opportunities are just there and ripe for the picking. What we hope for is that by working closely as a team, all of us, the industry organizations such as ICC and KITA and KOTRA, the state government from whom we have received so much of support in the past few months in all that we have tried to do from the side of the embassy and the team in the center. I'm very, very confident that we'll be able to really scale up our economic and commercial partnership and make it the strongest pillar of the relationship the very, very strong and happy relationship that we enjoy, the India-Korea relationship. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you. And I'm very excited to hear about all the discussions that will follow. Thank you so much. Kamsahamnida. Dhanyawad.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. Now I take the honor to call among us His Excellency Mr. Shin Bong-gil, Ambassador of Korea to India. Welcome, sir.
Namaste. Distinguished speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. With great pleasure, I join you all at this India-Korea Business Forum. I'm glad that despite inconveniences caused by COVID-19, we are continuing with our engagement to take forward our bilateral cooperation across all sectors. This forum couldn't have taken place at a better time than this. At the time when the economic recovery is the top policy priority of each and every country, it is important that the stakeholders in Korea-India bilateral relations are here to brainstorm on Korea-India economic cooperation. As you are aware, COVID-19 dealt a heavy blow to the economies of the world. However, out of crisis can emerge new and meaningful opportunities. There are increasing calls for major shifts in the global supply chain to avoid over-dependence on a single country. Companies are looking for alternative manufacturing bases, including India. Korean companies are taking part in this movement. The Korean businessmen are well reputed for their extraordinary dynamism and risk-taking appetite. Korean companies have had their share of success in the Indian market. Even amidst the pandemic, major Korean companies like Samsung, Hyundai, and LG continue to have a strong share in the market. Kia Motors has recently entered in Indian market, but in a short time, it has emerged as the fourth largest car maker in the country. Kia also announced an additional investment of $54 million investment in its plant in Andhra Pradesh. The new investment is expected to increase its production capacity by another 150,000 units. SD Biosensor, a Korean biodiagnostic company, which has its plants in Haryana, is producing 700,000 test kits per day to meet India's growing demand for rapid testing kits, thus contributing to prevention and control of COVID-19 in India. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the middle of pandemic, which has created economic woes and barriers for the entire world. The trade volume between Korea and India has also been affected by COVID-19. However, we will eventually come out of the pandemic and emerge stronger. In Korea, there is a proverb: a real friend is the one who walks in when the rest of the world walks out. Korea is indeed a friend in need for India. We will make greater efforts to promote two-way investment, and to this end, our trade and industry bodies like KITA, KOTRA, and ICC will play an important role. I would urge all the stakeholders in our bilateral relations to work together tirelessly to strengthen our bilateral ties for mutually beneficial partnership in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A very warm welcome to all our honorable guests here. There's a message from Ms. Yoo Myung-hee, Trade Minister, Republic of Korea.
Good morning and good afternoon, distinguished leaders of business communities. I would like to begin by expressing my congratulations on today's India-Korea Business Forum. I am pleased that our business communities have an opportunity to discuss bilateral economic cooperation, especially as Korea's new Southern policy enters its third year this month, with India as a key partner. India has a truly strong potential to become a major economic powerhouse of the global economy, with its abundant human resources and democracy as distinguishing strengths. The second largest population in the world, India has, along with the 700,000 engineers it trains every year, will serve as steady support to the Indian economy. At the same time, the democratic tradition India has cherished since the independence in 1947 will continue to provide a fertile ground for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And I am fully convinced that Korea is India's optimal partner for the age of prosperity together, as the only country in the world with experience and know-how of becoming an economic power from a poorest nation in the world, as well as building a world-class overall manufacturing base from light industry to heavy chemical and IT industries, all in just 60 years. Against this backdrop, I would like our two countries to expand the cooperation as follows to forge an even stronger partnership. First, Korea and India should strengthen cooperation in manufacturing. Through bilateral cooperation in manufacturing, our two countries can enjoy win-win cooperation. India can ensure success of its Make in India initiatives, while Korea can start another driver of growth in a new market. I look forward to seeing smooth progress continue for ongoing cooperation projects in electronics, automobile, steelmaking, and petrochemicals, and hope our successful experience with collaboration in these areas will provide additional momentum to investment cooperation in other manufacturing sectors. Second, our two countries need to expand future-oriented cooperation in response to changing economic landscape. With the spread of COVID-19 and the technological advancement of the fourth industrial revolution, the global economy is rapidly being restructured to a digital economy. I'm certain our two countries will create new opportunities in the midst of structural shifts in global economic environment if we collaborate in a complementary manner as global IT powerhouses with restrictive strengths in applied technologies and fundamental technologies. Last but not least, our two countries must further solidify the foundations for bilateral exchanges. Bilateral and multilateral trade agreements together with investment cooperation projects serve a particularly valuable role in times of difficulties as linkages that help maintain bilateral exchange and cooperations. That being said, our countries need to work hard together to promptly conclude the ongoing bilateral SEPA improvement negotiation with a view to further expanding bilateral trade and investment cooperation. Moreover, we should also try to promote business-to-business exchange to the next level, considering the importance of a mutual understanding our businesses have on each other for tangible results on the ground. I hope today's forum will develop into a major venue that provides regular exchange opportunities for our businesses to meaningfully engage with one another. The global economy is facing unprecedented difficulties as well as uncertainties. With the continued spread of the virus, global trade as well as people-to-people exchanges are shrinking, and cooperation for shared prosperity is increasingly replaced by conflicts and disputes as the tide of protectionism continues to rise. Despite such difficulties, Korea and India have together continued to maintain momentum for bilateral economic cooperation and have responded jointly to overcome the crisis. As the saying goes, a crisis often presents an opportunity. I'm quite certain our continued cooperation in a timely and proactive manner will transform the difficulty into an occasion for us to live forward together. I very much hope all of you will fully harness the opportunities provided by constructive discussions from today's forum. And I wish you the best health and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Next, I take the honor to call on stage Mr. Divya Shankar Mishra, Minister of Energy, Industries, MSME and Home, Government of Odisha. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to everyone. I'm really privileged to be part of this webinar where we are discussing about India and Korea Business Forum. I'm really privileged to be part of this forum in the august presence of Mr. Kim Yong-jo, Chairman KITA, Mr. Mayank Jalan, ICC President, and I thank ICC for organizing this forum. Trade Minister, Republic of Korea, Minister of Finance, Industry, IT, MSME and Textile, Government of West Bengal. Then I'm privileged to be part of this webinar along with Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, Honorable Minister of UD Industries, ITNC, Government of Telangana. I've heard him in so many forums and I'm really privileged, one enlightened man, a young man who is working towards bringing in a lot of opportunities into India. Mr. Supriya, Her Excellency Sri Priya Ranganathan, of India to Korea, Ambassador of Korea to India, His Excellency Shin Bong-kil, Mr. Amey Prabhu, Chairman ICC WR and Partner UAP Advisor. And I'm privileged that Mr. Deepak Wagla, MD and CEO Invest India is also in this forum. We'll love to listen to them all. I'm here to listen to you all, learn from you all. Odisha is evolving as a destination, as a hub for economic development under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Naveen Patnaik. Most important part for any trade between any two nations, between the states, is a stable government. And Odisha has been providing a stable government with stable policies and implementation of policies at the grassroots level. And it's known for the quality governance of our Honorable Chief Minister. Odisha is no more the best kept secret. People all over the world, the largest companies in terms of minerals are in Odisha. Their presence is felt across our country and in the world. Globally, Odisha has become a hub for mineral development. At the same time, we have just 6 focus sectors on which our government is bringing in or developing the ecosystem to attract international investment. I'm proud today that earlier also we had a similar kind of meeting, webinar with the Korean government, and in future also we'll continue to do so to facilitate Korean investment into India and into Odisha. Odisha has a huge coast of 500 kilometers with 11% of water reserve of the country, and with a huge trained manpower. We are definitely going to be a hub for economic activities. We have 53% of mineral deposit in bauxite, around 33% of iron ore deposit, and around 25% of coal deposit. And we have a lot of other minerals in Odisha. At the same time, we have huge railway and national highway infrastructure. Odisha is power surplus. Odisha is surplus in terms of water. So we have all the ingredients to become a hub for economic activities. We are not here to compete with anyone. Odisha is slowly, I'll say slowly, is evolving as a destination for economic activities. We want support from Korea. As a child also, I have been using electronics from Korea, and I strongly feel that with the technical know-how, with the technical knowledge that Korea has, and the kind of resources that we have, we club together and grow together. Mutually, this symbiotic relationship will definitely take industries into the next level in Odisha and India as such. The trade war between China and USA has definitely brought down the economic activities in the globe. And at the same time, the attack of the coronavirus economic activities has slowed down. But this has definitely opened up newer opportunities. Our Honorable Prime Minister has seen a vision of a $5 trillion economy, and our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, has announced that we would like to touch economic activities in tune of $1 trillion. So this vision can be implemented, I strongly feel, by one way, that is through IT, electronics. In this modern era of machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, I think Korea can definitely guide us, help us, and together we can grow. Odisha is a land of opportunity, the land of Jagannath, with a stable government, with all the ingredients that any industry needs, is definitely a better destination for economic activity. I welcome all the Korean delegates. I welcome all the champions of the industries to come and visit Odisha. We have the best of the policies in the country. We have one single window and transparent system, a stable government, and a government that has trust of the people of Odisha for the last 20 years plus now. So Odisha is definitely going to be a hub for economic activities. I welcome all the Korean companies to come and visit us and have an opinion of their own. I'm really thankful to ICC and all the partners for this webinar. And once again, I thank you all. Vande Utkal Janani, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you so much. Now I take the opportunity to call on stage Mr. Rajiv Reddy, Chair ICC Southern Region, to welcome Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, Honorable Minister of MA and UD, Industries and IT&C, Government of Telangana. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. It is my honor to introduce Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, the Minister of Industries and IT of the vibrant state of Telangana. He is very well known as one of the most dynamic and promising young leaders in the country. His skills include being an amazing orator, being extremely tech savvy, and extremely industry conscious. These have made him a great asset for our state as well as our country. He has been a great leader and a great administrator. Many Indian and global investors look up to what Telangana has achieved over the last 10 years. One such great example is that recently Mr. K.T. Rama Rao has had announced that Amazon AWS is going to be investing 20,000 crores or almost $3 billion in the state of Telangana in data centers. And this would be the first of many is our expectation, and we wish him all the best. And I would like to welcome him now without further ado, and further strengthen our partnership with Korea as well. Thank you so much, sir. It's to you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you for those kind words. Thank you very much. ICC, you've been old friends. Mayank Jalan, always great listening to you, always great talking to you. Divya Shankar Mishraji, thank you so much for your kind words. And I wish the state of Orissa prospers under your leadership and under the leadership of the Chief Minister, Honorable Naveen Patnaik ji. Thank you to Ms. Yoo Myung-hee, the Trade Minister of Republic of South Korea. Her Excellency, Shri Priya Ranganathan, we fondly cherish, the memories of meeting with you last December back home in Hyderabad. Good seeing you again, madam. His Excellency Shin Bong-kil, Ambassador of Korea to India. Thank you, sir. In fact, you were also together when one of the largest textile companies in Korea, Republic of Korea, Youngwon Corporation, had made a big investment in the state of Telangana. Once again, good listening to you, good talking to you. Mr. Ameya Prabhu and Dr. Amit Mitra, the Minister for Industry and Finance, Government of West Bengal, Mr. Deepak Bagla, MD and CEO of Invest India. And once again, to the entire team of ICC, my compliments on organizing this wonderful event. And also Mr. Kim Young-ju, the Chairman of KITA. Thank you very much, sir. As you all know, we are going through a pandemic which we've not ever experienced in our lifetimes. And now digital has become the new normal. Corona and COVID-19 has opened up new avenues. And as was pointed out by the Korean Trade Minister, adversities, in fact, sometimes throw up interesting opportunities. In fact, a state like Telangana has been growing. It is one of the fastest growing states in India today. We've been growing at more than 9%. And even even in the onslaught of a pandemic, we are still the fastest growing state in India. Primarily, the reason is twofold as to why the state of Telangana continues to grow. One, as was pointed out by Mr. Mishra, stable government and able leadership. Under the chief ministership of our honorable leader, Shri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, we have, in fact, in the last 6 years, made rapid strides of progress on numerous fronts, including the industrial policies. One of the most industry-friendly policies today across the country and possibly across the world is TS-IPAS, the industrial policy of Government of Telangana. I will just list out 3 salient features of this important policy. For instance, if any investor from Korea, Republic of Korea, would like to invest in India and would choose Telangana, you can hit the ground running. You can start your factory on day one without having to seek any clearance from the government. Now, this is a process called a self-certification. You can continue to construct and then simultaneously also apply, just because we need to know who's doing business in my state. You can just put in an application online, and we promise all clearances in 15 days by statute, by legislation. And if we do not deliver in the 15 days, on the 16th day, it's a deemed approval, it's an automatic approval. No other state in India will tell you this. And the third thing I would say, in India, sometimes when words are not kept, accountability becomes questionable. In the case of Telangana, if we do not keep the promise of 15-day clearances, from the 16th day, even our most senior bureaucrats would be levied a penalty of rupees 1,000 per day till such time as actually they clear the file or the application. This sort of unique policy making and this sort of unique accountability that we brought into our system has enabled Telangana to be a leader in our country in terms of attracting investments. In the last 6 years of existence, as the youngest state in India today, we've attracted more than $30 billion of investment in a variety of sectors. In fact, some very large investments from Korea, Republic of Korea, have also come into our state of Telangana. As I pointed out, Young-One Corporation, who's a major, has come and invested in Telangana. Likewise, we're also thankful to Hyundai India, who've set up their largest state-of-the-art R&D center in Hyderabad, which already employs more than 1,000 people. Moiba has already signed an agreement with the Telangana government for joint global acceleration program to be launched in 2021. Hyundai Mobis is developing an R&D campus of over 20 acres in Telangana and is employing over 1,000 members in the R&D facility. We also have a memorandum of understanding with the Gangwon Technopark, with whom the Telangana MedTech Park has entered into an active collaboration for the manufacturing of MedTech devices. I can go on, but I think what makes Telangana extremely attractive is not only the basic ingredients that are required for industrialization. Any industry would want land. We have more than 250,000 acres of land readily available at our disposal under the Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, which can be given out to any industry. I would also like to propose to both Excellencies, the Ambassador of India in Korea and also the Korean Ambassador in India, that Telangana, in fact, is willing to set up a Korea-India park in our state, with the state also joining as a partner. Now, this could be set up in association with KITA and KOTRA, and together we can ensure that the Korean ecosystem will get the much needed plug-and-play infrastructure of world class, that they can readily come in, invest, and be comfortable. And we can also customize a package of incentives to ensure that any Korean investment coming into Telangana, be it in the manufacturing sector, textiles, automobiles, electronics, we can certainly accommodate all of these sectors right here in the state of Telangana. And the last thing I'd like to say before I close out, like I said, besides the usual ingredients, water, which is readily available in any part of Telangana, we have a large project, with adequate supply of water for industrial usage, power, which is 24/7, and we produce more than 15% of our energy from the renewables. In fact, we're the second largest state in India with respect to renewable energy production as well. So therefore, we are environmentally conscious, and we can also assist with the much needed manpower, skilled workforce. In fact, Telangana has a unique program called as a TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, wherein, for instance, if any Korean company would like to hire 500 people, 500 employees. If you give us a skill set in advance, we will train 1,000 people at our cost, at the government's cost, and then you can cherry pick the best 500. So this sort of extremely flexible policies, tailor-made custom incentives, and the availability of all kinds of resources and stable government-enabled leadership is what makes Telangana one of the most attractive destinations in India. And the last thing I would like to say before I close out, I know this is the India-Korea Forum, but at the same time, let me remind all of my Korean friends that while Delhi is involved in, Government of India is involved in policy making, the real action when it comes to industrialization, the real action when it comes to ensuring that your companies take off very well on the ground, the real action lies with the states. So my request to you is engage bilaterally, directly with the states through our Indian ambassador in Republic of Korea. And I'm very confident that the experience would be extremely fruitful, and the impression that you would leave about India, doing business in India, would be extremely encouraging. Thank you very much to ICC and KITA for providing me this opportunity. Have a great day with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your honorable presence. Next in line, we have a message from Mr. King Young Rok, Governor of Jeollanam-do Province.
존경하는 스리프리아 랑가나탄 주한 인도 대사님과 신봉길 주 인도 한국 대사님, 그리고 양국 경제인 여러분, 나마스테, 반갑습니다. 전라남 도지사 김영록입니다. 양국의 우정과 협력의 기반이 될 한인도 비즈니스 포럼 개막을 진심으로 축하합니다. 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 마양잘란 인도상공회의소 회장님, 김영주 한국무역협회 회장님, 권평호 코토라 사장님 대단히 감사합니다. 우리 전남의 소중한 친구인 아미트 미트라 웨스트 벵갈주 산업부 장관님과 라지브 콜 대한민국 명예총영사님, 오랜만입니다. 지난해 인도는 경제 규모 세계 5위를 기록하며 세계 경제의 중심국이 되었습니다. 인도의 놀라운 발전을 이끌어온 인도 경제인 여러분께 경의를 표합니다. 현재 한국과 인도는 수교율에 가장 긴밀하고 특별한 관계에 있습니다. 한국의 신남방 정책과 인도의 신동방 정책에서 양국은 가장 중요한 파트너이며 특별 전략적 동반자 관계 이상의 우호 협력에 노력하고 있습니다. 지방정부도 양국의 우호 협력에 한몫하고 있습니다. 아미트 미트라 웨스트 벵갈주 산업부 장관님과 저는 지난해 2월 우호 교류 협정과 5천만 달러 규모의 경제협력 협약을 맺고 교류 협력을 이어오고 있습니다. 웨스트 벵갈주의 화학철강, 에너지, 식품가공산업은 전남의 미래 발전 전략인 청정 전남, 블루 이코노미와 밀접한 부분이 많아서 교류 협력이 더욱 확대되리라 기대합니다. 인도의 위대한 영혼 간디께서는 미래는 현재 우리가 무엇을 하는가에 달려 있다고 말씀하셨습니다. 간디의 말씀과 같이 양국의 미래 발전과 번영을 위해서 오늘을 사는 우리가 더욱 많은 일을 함께 해 나가야 할 것입니다. 오늘 포럼에서도 많은 소통과 교감이 이루어질 수 있기를 바랍니다. 단야바드, 감사합니다.
Please unmute.
For the vote of thanks, I take the honor to call on stage Mr. Ameya Prabhu, Chairman, ICCWR and Partner UAP Advisors. Welcome, sir.
I can say I will follow up with that customer. Sorry, apologies. My video was off. And I hope everyone can hear me. Firstly, Annyeong Haseyo to all my friends in Korea. And it's after a few years, this is the first year I've actually not been to Korea. So I'm actually missing being in Seoul. But it's a great honor to be here amongst such dignitaries. I was very impressed with Mr. Ramarao's speech, and of course, Mr. Mishra's on Orissa as well as both our ambassadors from my good friend, Ms. Ranganathan, as well as Mr. Shin Bongkil, as well as our Korean Trade Minister. Our inspiring speech on the country was truly fascinating. And of course, I must thank the ICC family, Mr. Jalan, Mr. Kaul, and also some of the other dignitaries who would be speaking later today, Mr. Bagla, Mr. Amit Mitra from West Bengal, and of course the governor of, if I didn't get it wrong, Jeollanam Do from Korea. I think we are very big fans in India of the Korean relationship. Korea is one of the few countries where the FDI, the foreign direct investment into India, is higher than the FII, the foreign institutional investment into the country, which usually with most countries in India, it's always reversed. And so very, very privileged relationship between India and Korea. And of course, the ambassador Shin Bongkil did mention how Kia Motors has become a huge success story now in India, become the 4th largest auto manufacturer in the country, and giving all the auto manufacturers here a run for their money. And I think that's a truly a phenomenal achievement for Kia. We also last year did a transaction, or rather earlier this year, we started last year, but earlier this year with Nonghyum Financial Group, NH Financial Group. They invested in our rural finance lending business, where we do loans against tractors along with IFCO. And as you can imagine, as the people who know the Indian economy well, this year has been a phenomenal year in rural India because of the pandemic and the agri growth. So our business is doing very well, and that's actually been a very successful investment for NH. But of course, Korean brands, as you know, are extremely commonplace in India. And going forward, we see this cooperation extending not just for on the manufacturing side, but also hopefully on the financial services side. India offers huge yield to Korean investors who are searching for yield. Even Korean real estate investors or investors are looking at other sectors into India, such as insurance, real estate, or maybe even financial services, is something which we can really offer Korea. And also one thing which I would like to comment on is, while Corona has been a big dampener for the world this year, I think definitely one thing which we should look for is that I think the worst is behind us in India, from being at almost 1.3 million active cases. Active cases is what matters. We are today at around 490,000 active cases. So we are behind Italy, we are behind France, of course, we are behind the US, and increasing. And the good news is that in India, well, all other countries are actually showing increasing cases. India is actually showing declining cases. So I believe by the middle of next month, we will probably be in the top, towards not even in the top 10 in active cases in the world. So we have definitely had success. It took us a while, unlike Korea, which was very robust and very quick in dealing with this issue. It took India a while, but also that's because of the size of our country and the number of people we have. But I would say, given the challenges that we face, we've done a reasonable job, and things are getting better. As Ambassador Ranganathan spoke about the robustness of the Indian economy, we are certainly seeing that a lot of sectors are doing better than last year. So, people may be surprised when I say that, but two-wheeler sales, tire sales, cement, steel. I was talking to some stainless steel manufacturers. They're sold out till next year, which is for us, our financial year ends in the end of March. So while it's not all doom and gloom across, there are the robustness of our economy, which Ambassador referred to, is definitely being showcased. Consumption is also up. Our indirect tax collections are actually again reaching pre-COVID levels and probably surpass that. So I would like to go out on a limb here and say that I do believe that our finance minister, when she said that we will outperform IMF's prediction that IMF said we'll contract by 10%, but we'll definitely not do that. But I would like to agree with her, and because I'm actually seeing it empirically. And so I am very bullish going forward, very confident. And I know that Korea, as Ambassador Shin Bongkil said, is our friend throughout. So we look forward to working hand in hand with the Koreans. And Kamsahamnida. And thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, Next in line, we have a session on investment environment and entry strategy by government of Indian states and territories. With that, we have a very special message from Mr. Deepak Bagla, MD and CEO, Invest India. He'll share his views on the future of India in post-COVID-19 world.
On behalf of Invest India, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the India-Korea Business Forum. I must compliment the Indian Embassy in Seoul, our very special partners KOTRA, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, and especially the Korea International Trade Association for getting us all together. It is indeed a very timely and a very important initiative and a very critical juncture at which we are all getting together. There is a new India emerging under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, a new Atmanirbhar Bharat, an India which is building on its strengths, an India which is using these strengths to partner with the world, not just to create the best for itself, but for the entire world. It is a new India with unprecedented opportunity, a market customer base of over 1.5 billion by 2024-25, probably the largest ever, at least for the next 100 years. An India which is one of the fastest growing large economies, and even as we get out of this COVID pandemic, as the IMF forecasts say, stated to grow at over 8.8% next year. An India which is one of the youngest and one of the most aspirational societies on the planet. With an average age of 29, it'll probably be the youngest at least for the next 80 to 100 years. And under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, an India which is now fast becoming one of the easiest places to do business. This is a new India. Korea is a very special relationship with India. In fact, some of the most successful business cases in India are from Korea. And some of these cases are now case studies in global international business schools. Look at the example of Hyundai. The largest number of cars made by Hyundai outside of Korea is in India. And it's not just for the Indian market. It's getting exported to over 88 countries of the world. Every day, over 200 million Indian citizens are touched by a product which is made by a Korean company in India. This is the success of the Korean business in India. I must add that one of the more important pillars which is now coming up to further strengthen this partnership between Korea and India is the pillar of innovation and the pillar of startups. We already have a bridge which brings together the startups of Korea and India together to come up with solutions for the entire world. And as we go forward, we will see more and more of this partnership working together to see how we can strengthen this corridor further. At Invest India, we have a special dedicated team to work and handhold each and every investment coming from Korea. We have a very close relationship with KOTRA, and together this team provides complete and comprehensive handholding, right across from showing the business opportunity to getting a partner, getting them the land, the location, getting them all approvals, and in fact, staying with them throughout their India journey. Invest India and the Korea Plus desk is your special friend in India. And this is because of the very importance of this relationship and the growing and strengthening of the relationship between Korea and India. For the India-Korea Digital Roadshow, we've created a separate and a very special digital platform for all of you. On this platform, you will have all information on the opportunity in India, the policies which are available, the incentives. And on it, you can also connect with all state government officials, senior officials in the government of India, and discuss with them your business plans. Invest India and the Korea Plus team are there to handhold and are waiting to receive you and to welcome you to India. I request all of you to join us on this platform. The link is given below.
Good afternoon everyone and namaste. Today we'll be going over the story of New India. And the reason why we call it New India is because of the sheer size, scale and pace at which this transformation is taking place. Driven by technology and modernization, India is truly emerging as the world's economic powerhouse. India is the fastest growing G20 economy and has ranked #1 globally in terms of fintech adoption. We also have a rapidly growing internet user base with the third largest startup ecosystem. To give you a quick overview of our growth story, India officially became an independent country in 1947. Since then, it took us 63 years to achieve our first trillion in our GDP. Then it took us only 7 years to achieve that second trillion by 2017. And it only took us another 3 years to finally achieve a $3 trillion economy. This is the unprecedented transformation that is happening within India right now. With the latest forecast from the IMF, India is poised for even more growth and is expected to be within the top 3 global economies by 2030. Presently, India continues to be a top market across segments, right from smartphones to steel to aviation to e-commerce to consumer durables. With the world's largest two-wheeler market, second largest smartphone and footwear market, and are the fastest growing e-commerce market, growing at a CAGR of 63%. With rapid urbanization, increased consumer spending and digitization, India's growth curve is further being powered by Tier 2, 3 and 4 cities. It is also worth mentioning that 50% of Mercedes-Benz sales, 50% of Amazon sales, and 50% of digital wallet users are all found in these smaller cities. Our ease of doing business rankings are a testament to the efforts made to make India into a business-friendly destination. India has leaped 79 ranks in the World Bank's ease of doing business over the past 5 years. Our progress is also reflected in the leaps we have made in other indices such as the Global Innovation Index and the Logistics Performance Index. The Government of India has instituted various reforms to better improve the ease of doing business within India. We have lowered our corporate tax rates from 30% to 17%, which is again far lower than competing economies such as China and Indonesia. We also provide incredibly low-cost electricity and have over 3,000 industrial parks with 500,000 hectares of land readily available. India has greatly simplified existing processes for doing business and has also introduced single windows at customs. As per direction from the Prime Minister's office, an empowered group of secretaries has been constituted to handhold investors and fast-track clearances. India has seen a sharp increase both in domestic production and consumption, which has been made possible by a razor-sharp focus on business process simplification. For instance, the GST has been the most significant tax reform in independent India, which has subsumed 40 indirect taxes and cesses into a single common goods and service tax. This has simplified the tax process exponentially, made it digital and easy for all enterprises. Travel time has also been drastically reduced by 20% thanks to the removal of bottlenecks like checkposts and toll plazas on highways and freeways. India remains a preferred destination for global investors, and while global FDI fell by 1% last year, FDI into India rose by over 18%. In comparison to competing economies, FDI inflows into India was 12 times that of Thailand and 3 times that of Vietnam. Indian subsidiaries of multinational companies have outperformed their global parents in the valuation game. It can clearly be seen how many companies are now quoting at a substantially higher return than their foreign parents, reflecting a high level of investor confidence in these companies. India at present offers high operational efficiency at ports and a very strong rail and road network. However, to further strengthen India's infrastructural capabilities, the government is investing $1.4 trillion across projects within the next 5 years to improve highway connectivity, port modernization, build freight corridors, and construct new airports. These in turn are expected to completely transform the logistics landscape of India by decreasing logistics cost by 5%, increasing average speed across road networks by more than 20%, and double India's port cargo capacity. Given our large pool of young, vibrant, and innovative entrepreneurs, it is no surprise that India has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with a total of over 50,000 startups at present. Our total number of unicorns have also increased by 15 times within the past 7 years. This is testament to the skilled workforce and rapid growth in the Indian market and ecosystem. India has become one of the top investment destinations for AI, digital, and R&D operations. Testament to this, India has over 1,140 R&D centers of global MNCs. Samsung and Intel having the largest R&D centers outside of their home countries in India. It is also worth mentioning that India, with its 1.3 billion strong population, has one of the largest and youngest workforces on the planet. In terms of our talent pool, we have the world's highest number of science and engineering graduates every year. India is making one of the strongest recoveries from the economic impact of the coronavirus pandemic. The goods and services tax collection, widely regarded as a marker for overall economic activity, has seen an uptick from $4 billion in April to $13 billion in September 2020. The International Monetary Fund predicts that India's growth rate for 2021 will be 8.8%, putting the country well on track to becoming the fastest growing major economy in the world. Even during the months of lockdown, scores of Indians came forward to join the challenge of meeting requirements to tackle the pandemic in India. From a negligible producer of PPE, India became the world's second largest producer in 60 days. Similarly, to meet the deficit in ventilator capacity, MSMEs and technology startups pivoted their business models to create ingenious designs using components all available domestically. Our healthcare infrastructure emerged as a model for other countries to emulate. India continues to get back to business with its markets almost having opened up completely. To name a few examples, our e-commerce order volumes, digital payments, and sales of automobiles, especially two-wheelers and passenger cars, have almost completely reached pre-COVID levels. To summarize, India is offering a $5 trillion opportunity spread out over 24 diverse sectors to come invest and to grow your global business. With multiple bilateral visits having been conducted between Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Honorable President Moon Jae-in, the special bond between India and Korea has been further strengthened. Also, Korea's new Southern policy complements India's Act East policy, as both seek to strengthen the economic relations between the two nations. Korea has become the third largest Asian investor in India, with over 600 Korean companies presently operating in India across sectors and states. Korea Plus has been set up as a bilateral initiative between the Republic of India and the Republic of Korea to promote, facilitate, and retain Korean investments in India. We act as the first reference point for Korean investors in India, supporting their businesses and expansion plans across market entry strategy, location assessments, policy advisory, and issue redressal support. All the services we offer are completely free of cost. We comprise of members from Invest India under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, Government of Korea, and KOTRA. You can contact us at koreaplus@investindia.org.in, and we'll be sure to help address your investor queries and facilitate your India business plans. For more information, we request you to go to our website www.investindia.gov.in. Finally, the Korea Plus team has also created an e-platform which showcases video sessions by central government ministries and state governments on opportunities, infrastructure, policies, and incentives as available across various industries and Indian states. This platform will also feature detailed investor toolkits on doing business in India, FDI policy, and taxation, along with useful resources showcasing available land bank, infrastructure, and investable projects in India. We urge you to visit this repository of information, which we believe will prove beneficial in helping you understand the opportunities India has to offer. We look forward to welcome you into the new India.
Thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. I'd now take the honor to call on stage Mr. M.K. Das, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Mines Department, Government of Gujarat, for the state presentation.
Good afternoon, friends in Korea, and good morning, friends in India. It's a great opportunity for us to showcase Gujarat in this joint business forum. As we are quite aware that the Republic of Korea and India, we have made great strides in recent years. In fact, in 2016, we had launched Korea Plus initiative. In 17-18, then finance minister had visited Korea, and we had signed an agreement to establish $9 billion in concessional credit. And last year, our Prime Minister inaugurated India-Korea Startup Hub. It was to promote further business. In fact, Gujarat also shares a very good relationship with Republic of Korea. And we were very happy when Kotra opened their office in 2019. They have been partnering in our Vibrant Gujarat also. We are focusing mainly on chemicals, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, energy, startup ecosystem, etc. And last year in November, Republic of Korea India Partnership for Coexistence Past, Present and Future Symposium was conducted in Gujarat. And we can see our Consul General had visited Gujarat and he had met our Honorable Chief Minister. Next. We have been exporting a lot of things to Republic of Korea. Some things we can see here: petroleum products, organic chemicals, dyes, man-made yarns, bulk minerals, agrochemicals. Similarly, we are receiving a lot of things from Korea also. The trade has been increasing over the year, and people are quite happy and satisfied. Next. In last few years, number of Korean companies have come to Gujarat, and they are doing business very happily. I can name a few of them. Kukuro Chemicals, they are making epoxy resins. Investment is 50 billion won. Songwon, they started a plant in Panoli in 2018. Then we have Havmore was taken over by Southern company, Lotte, Oscos, Neuros, and there are a number of other companies. They have come and established their business in Gujarat. Next. Now I'll talk about Gujarat and why Gujarat. Gujarat accounts for almost 5% of India's population, but it is number one in industrial output. We account for 17% of India's industrial output. Our GDP growth rate has been 10% plus in last decade, and last year was particularly good when we had 13% growth. This year, despite COVID, we are doing quite well. Electricity consumption in industries has gone up by 11% this year. So we are expecting very high growth rate this year, next year also. While we talked, I saw in the presentation, FDI growth globally was down 1%, but in India it was 14% higher, or 14% in India. But if I talk about Gujarat, it grew by 240%. So we are very, very happy on that front also. We are taking a special measure. Our Chief Minister has taken a number of steps to make Gujarat economy and Gujarat systems very transparent and business friendly. So far as domestic investment is concerned, if you see the figures published by Government of India, it has gone up by 330% last year. And Gujarat accounted for 51% of India's overall investment intention declarations. We are first in export promotion index and also first in logistics index. We have been taking a lot of care to see that the cost goes down. Next slide, please. We are home to 100 plus Fortune 500 companies, and we have got very solid base of 3.5 million MSMEs. And they are also growing at a very fast rate. The number of MSME was almost 2 million 4 years back. They've got 19 airports and 3 international airports. Few more airports are being added. We have got 33,000 hectare industrial land ready for investment. These are in a plug and play mode. Anybody can virtually walk through this on its own website, and they can ask for the land, and land can be given in a matter of few days. Gujarat has a lot of, is best in terms of labor peace. The relation between management, government, and the laborers have been very, very happy, and there has been no dispute in last many years. Despite having a number of companies, we never had any labor dispute in Gujarat. We have 48 large ports, and we are accounting for almost 43% of India's trade through our port, both inbound and outbound. 43% is through Gujarat port only. And out of that, 23% originates from Gujarat itself. We have power surplus. We have got quality power. We also have very good quality, sufficient supply of natural gas. We have got across the city and state, we have got gas grid. And the best thing is we are multicultural. People welcome outsiders, they welcome foreigners, and we have got a number of companies, a number of executives from different countries staying here happily, and society welcomes them. There's no dispute of any kind anywhere. Next. Our government is very proactive. Right from Mr. Modi when he was Chief Minister, now who is Prime Minister of India, Gujarat government has been very proactive. If you see that recently, we have taken a number of steps. First thing is for new companies, we have exempted operation of most of the Factory Act and labor laws for 1,000 days. It is just to facilitate new investors, taking the ease of doing business to a new height. Our government has made an act last year where we had a new concept of first produce and then take permission. In that act, all the micro, small and medium enterprises have been allowed to operate the day they want, and they can take permission in next 3 years. So they did not wait for any approval. They can just come and start the operation and inform us only. They have to just to inform us. We have got, if they want permission, we have got IFP portal, what we call Investor Facilitation Portal. And I'm happy to say that in last 2 years or so, 520,000 plus applications have been approved on this platform, which includes 16 departments and 25 types, different types of approvals. So people are getting approvals in a matter of days. CEO of Bank of America, when she visited Gujarat to inaugurate their office in Gift City, she said that they got approval sitting in USA in just 7 minutes. Similar is the experience of many people who are getting approval sitting in different countries and without having visited India at all. We have changed our building laws with what we call GDCR, and now tall buildings, higher buildings are possible. We have made land bank. One problem to the new investor in India has been how to get land, how to start. So we have got land bank. I just spoke that gujarat.ncog.gov.in, and you can apply for land and get it very immediately. We have a dedicated country desk in our Index B. Our MD Index B is here with me, and she is handling that. So we have got a special country desk for you. Gujarat has been #1 exports. As I already told, this year it has further increased. We are best so far as water management is concerned. Water is a big natural resource, and we have been managing it quite well. And the companies from Korea who are already working here and who have come here recently have expressed great satisfaction working in Gujarat. Apart from the new industrial policy that we have launched recently, we have got a number of other policies for various sectors. That is IT policy, electronic policy, textile policy, plastic policy, garment policy, and number of different policies are there. We have got 20 other policies are there, because just to one overall policy is their industrial policy, but then other policies are to fit to the need of the sector. Every sector has particular demand. To meet their demand and their requirement, we have come up with the policy, and these policies are normally for 5 years time. But in the meantime, we keep interacting both officially and unofficially with the industry leader, with the business captains, and whenever they want, and it is practicable, we are making positive changes. The changes are more for their advantage. We never make any change which is against the investor. We are providing a lot of fiscal incentive like reimbursement of GST, VAT, reimbursement of stamp duty, etc., plus non-fiscal incentive like capital and interest subsidy. Mega innovative projects have got more benefits. We give support for technology acquisition, market development, critical and common infrastructure. Our idea is to make Gujarat globally competitive. It has to be innovative, and we are going for Industry 4.0 also. We want to strengthen and contribute to the global value chain. It has become very important during the COVID. People want to diversify, and we really offer a very good destination point to all of you. We want to imbibe cutting-edge technology, and we want to establish Gujarat as a manufacturing hub. Already we are leaders in many sectors. Now we want to promote further defense, pharma, and IT, etc. During COVID only, we have launched a new policy, that is 2020. It has been very much appreciated all along. To cut down the business cost, now we are offering land on long-term lease at a rate of 6% lease rental. The land can be subleased, land can be sold, transferred, and this land can be mortgaged also. So land will be very easily available to the industries. Apart from private land, we can also offer government land. Now we have delinked our subsidy with the SGST. We are offering 12% of fixed capital investment with no upper ceiling to the industry. It's very, very important. You will get back 12% of your investment as an incentive. It's very transparent and very, very easy to understand. There's no uncertainty on that. Next is a special package for relocation subsidy. Nowadays, during COVID, many companies have decided or want to come out of China or the countries. If they want to come to Gujarat, we are going to offer them a special package. We are also focusing on R&D, and we are offering financial support up to rupees 50 million to private companies or institutes for having R&D facility. And I'm happy to say that many companies, Indian and foreigner, are opting to come to Gujarat now for R&D, global R&D center. We are also going to support environmental and other developmental infrastructure projects up to rupees 50 crore, that is 500 million Indian rupee. That is 40% of project cost will be borne by government of Gujarat. Next. We are leader in India in electric masonry, industrial masonry, auto hub, ceramics. But ceramics is doing too well. Our exporters are now exporting all over the world. And they are having the golden period this right now. Technical textile, agro and food processing, pharmaceutical is also doing very well. And a lot of exports is taking place from our Gujarat. Gems and jewelry is also an important sector. 80% of world diamond is being processed in Gujarat only. Chemical is also doing very well, and there's a lot of investment coming in this sector. We want to have presence across the value chain. You are very near to sea, and we want to utilize that. We have large pool of skilled manpower, and we have a number of ITIs to train people. We have taken help of other countries also, the institutions, to enhance the quality of education and training. We want to focus now on Industry 4.0, electrical vehicles, green energy. I must tell you here that our government, next slide will show, we have taken a number of steps to promote green energy. Next. In pharmaceutical, you can see 53% of India's medical devices are manufactured in Gujarat. 19% of India's bulk drug export come from Gujarat only. And the most importantly, the cost of production in comparison to US and America, Europe, and is only 1/3. If you produce in Gujarat, the cost of production is just 1/3 of what you do in USA and Europe. We have a lot of contract research work happening in Gujarat. It's very high quality work. 60% of orthopedic implants are manufactured in Gujarat only. And the turnover is 88.1 trillion in this sector only. Number of FDA approved units are 130 plus. Next. We're also going to have a new medical device park as well as bulk pharma park. In healthcare sector also, Gujarat is doing very well. The costs are very low, but the quality is as high. People from various countries, especially Africa, they come to our place and get treatment. There's a zero waiting period for when during COVID time, there was no waiting time. We have quality NABH certified accreditation. And people from other countries like UK, UAE, Southeast Asia, they come to Gujarat for treatment. And we have got experienced doctors who are updated with global advances. And we are looking forward to have strengthening the sector, new bulk drug park, and we are going to have a medical device park in Rajkot, from where our chief minister comes. We can be called Manchester of East, and we are textile estate of India. We are second largest manufacturer of cotton fabric in India. We are largest manufacturer of man-made filament fabric. 65% of India's denim, and we are the world leader also in Gujarat. in the technical textile output, 25% comes from Gujarat. We are also leading exporter of cotton. In Gujarat-based Arvind Limited manages over 15 global apparel brands, including again the names Sephora, Tommy, etc. And there are many companies who are just come to Gujarat, and our production will definitely increase further. We are also doing quite well in agro and food processing industry. We have got the highest productivity of cumin, that is 90% of India's total phenol production is in Gujarat only. We have got mangoes, we are exporting to many countries, the high quality mangoes, we have and government's policy has yielded in a lot of increase in productivity. Plus, horticulture and this production of fruit have really increased over the years. And a lot of food processing industry have come up recently. We have got a 600-kilometer coastline, and accordingly, we have marine products also available here. High quality, we are exporting pomfrets, shrimp, lobster, etc. to different countries, maybe 80 odd countries here. Next. We have got 30,000 plus food processing units operating in Gujarat. And the food parks are basically in Gujarat Agro Infrastructure Mega Food Limited. Adani have got big stake here. Then recently, Furniture Mega Food Park is coming up in Mehsana. We have also got cold chain projects. We are fourth highest share in India's total cold chain capacity. And I will like to stress here that we have got a lot of scope here. A lot of investment is still possible, and we welcome investment from Korea in this sector also. Next. Our strength, we are very strong in masonry and capital goods also. We have got 26 engineering clusters for engineering and machine tools. They are mostly in Rajkot, Ahmedabad, Jamnagar, Bhavnagar. We have set up a new investment region, Volera Special Investment Region. It is as big as Singapore in terms of area, and a lot of land is available there. The high quality infrastructure is available there. We are going to have airports in that region very shortly, and this will be a greenfield project. It has been rated as second platinum city after Washington because of 100% recyclability. Our focus subsectors are metal products, machinery equipment, transportation equipment, basic metal, textile, electronics. We want to produce high quality products and occupy prominent role in Indian supply chain in the world. We want to have state-of-art industries cluster, and we want to promote institutes such as Space Application Center. And we want countries to partner here. We want investment in the sector here because already we have got a strength. And Gujarat being the westernmost state with a lot of port, even you can access many markets. You can access Indian market, you can access African market, Eastern European market. So we have got a lot of opportunity here, a lot of advantage being in Gujarat. Next. To further grow our economy, Gujarat government has taken certain steps, and the key drivers are now that you can see DMIC and DFC, that is Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor and Dedicated Freight Corridor. They are mostly located in Gujarat. Although 40% or so goes through Gujarat only, and they are going to reduce the traffic time, both for goods and human traffic. The time will be very short, and we can reach anywhere in the country in one day only. So once the DFC is getting operational this year itself, part of that, and we are linking all the industry and ports with DFC. So the transport will be seamless and very effective. GIFT City is has already come up in Gujarat. Gujarat International Finance Tech City. It is India's only hub with world-class infrastructure, and already we have got 10,000 odd employees there, and I can see almost 1 lakh people working here in next 1 year. Our Prime Minister has taken a lot of initiative there, and Gujarat government has also come up with their policies, and this is a big sector. There is high-speed rail with help of Japan government. We are now Gujarat is being linked to Ahmedabad. I'm not linked to Mumbai. Sorry. Then the Dream City. The Dream City is almost ready. Physical work is over. As Surat is the place where we have 80% of world diamond, so we are going to add further value there. So Dream City is coming up there. It is going to be world largest office space, much bigger than Pentagon in USA. And I'm happy to report that this entire structure came up in 18 months only. And now furnishing work is going on. the entire property is sold. So we shall be having activity there very, very shortly. And this will add to our growth, further growth. I talked about Dholera already. Dholera, we are also linking to Ahmedabad with Express Highway. Then we have got Mandal Bechaji Special Investment Region. It is home to some of the world's largest automobile. You name the company and they are there, and we are getting more proposals. We are already, I said, we have a number of ports. Now 4 more ports are coming in Gujarat, and we are expanding capacity other ports also. And they're very modern port also. So far, regional energy is concerned, first we came up with the 5,000 megawatt mega park in Dholera. We thought that is the world's biggest, but now we are breaking our own record. Month back only, Gujarat government has allotted land for 25,000 megawatt power plant in Kutch. Kutch is the westernmost district of Gujarat. So we have allotted land for, and this is going to come in 3 to 4 years only. So Gujarat will have 30,000 additional wind and solar power. Next. We are national leader with maximum industrial area. As you can see, we are more than double of the second competitor. And definitely this is going to be, our lead is going to increase much faster. With more industry coming to Gujarat, we are definitely the number one, and we are there to, farmers here also are not averse to giving the land. And there's no dispute between landholder and those who are land seeking land. Next. Our Deputy Minister of Trade, Mr. Yongre, came when we had come here last year. He had said that, and we had signed an agreement also for enhancing our trade. And he said that he's happy to see that outcome of the MOU, and the number of companies have come since then. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words and the presentation. I'd kindly request all the speakers to please stick to 10 minutes of the speech and the presentations, as we have a very, very long schedule ahead of us. Thank you so much for cooperating with us. Now it'll be a pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Rajat Agarwal, IAS, CEO, Punjab Bureau of Investment Promotion, Government of Punjab, for a state presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all the friends in Korea. A very good morning to all the friends in India. Anio Hashim Nika. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today and to be interacting with such esteemed audience. I would just take you through introducing what Punjab is and what we stand for in the state. At the outset, let me assure you all that we are an extremely focused lot of people in Punjab, and we are very clear as to how we are going to steer our industrial environment. And this is what we have been doing for the last almost 1 decade. This is where we are, strategically located up in the north of the country. We are just 55 minutes away by air from the national capital of Delhi. We are very well connected to the national highways from Delhi and other parts of the country. We are a small state, just 1.5% of the India's land area, but yet we contribute almost 3% to the GDP of the country, which shows the productivity, which shows what Punjab is capable in terms of value addition in the state. This small state, 1.5% land mass, is known as the food bowl of the country, very proudly, and with great labor. We are playing a very important role in the food security of the nation. We are one of the largest manufacturers of various other products. Tractors, we are accounting 29% of the total India's production. We are leading manufacturer of bicycle, the leader. Over 75% of the entire bicycle manufacture in the country comes from this small states. We are leaders in textile. Over 65% of the woolen hosiery of the entire country is being manufactured in the small 1.5% of the India's land mass.
Excuse me,
and
sir.
there are other sectors where we are strong.
Hello. May I request you to please put the presentation in presentation mode? We are not able to see the presentation properly.
Full screen mode.
Is it fine? Can you see
No,
it now?
no, it's still in slide mode.
Please enable the editing and start the slideshow.
So would you want me to share the presentation?
Yeah, if you can do it from that side. Is it fine now?
Yeah, this is much better.
Is it on the?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah. So this was a slide which I really talked about just initially. Leaders in food, leaders in tractors and auto parts, leaders in bicycle, and leaders in textile. This is what we are. Nestle, back in 1961, a Swiss company in food sector, when they scouted India 5-6 decades ago, they scouted the country, and finally they started their India journey from Punjab. Of course, there has to has a reason for scouting the entire country and then starting their journey from Punjab. The journey continues like that. Suzu, 1985, auto sector from Japan. 1989, PepsiCo, food company from US. And let me remind you all that 1991 is when we launched our economic liberalization era. So even before liberalization, Pepsi started their operations in the state of Punjab. Walmart, 2009, again started their journey, India journey from Punjab. CNFCO, Spanish company, recently, they are starting their India journey from the state of Punjab. And there are many other partners, many other MNCs which are present in the state of Punjab. And it's been an honor to facilitate them and have them as integral part of the industrial landscape of the state. Now, Punjab and South Korea, of course, two regions with very high value addition possibilities and potential. The exports majorly are into cotton yarn, woolen yarn, and fabrics, but we also cover huge amount of other products like bulk drugs, like chemicals, like rubber products, plastic sheets, and so on and so forth. Very good academic partnerships have been forged between different universities, and it is not only in semester exchange, but also in faculty exchange, in summer programs, internship programs, and so on and so forth. And I'm very happy to share that this particular area of partnerships between Punjab and Korean universities is increasing day by day. And we are very happy to have more footprint of the South Korean education sector in the state of Punjab. A state which is very well connected, a small state having 2 international and 4 domestic airports. We are connected to Seoul just 7.5 hours, 55 minutes flight to New Delhi, almost 8 to 10 flights per day, and 6.5 hours from there non-stop flights, 2 to 3 flights every day to Seoul. Any investment decision would depend on an analysis of factors of production, and that is what is our competitive edge and strength. Electricity, we are a net exporter of electricity in the country. The rate is extremely competitive. 80 Korean won per unit is the variable tariff that is there in the state. Workforce is very peaceful. There is no major strike in last 3 decades, and we would be very happy if you would randomly call up any industrial unit in the state of Punjab and take a feedback if they ever faced any labor problem in the state. The state is providing 24/7 shifts across all genders and very competitive wages. very importantly, we do not impose any domicile condition on the employment of labor. So the company, the investor, is free to choose its labor mix from all parts of the country and all parts of the world. We are ranked second in the ease of logistics, first in safety and security of cargo movements. We have a very good network of container depots and logistics park, both in private and public sector, and extremely good rail and road connectivity. The tele-density of the country, of the state, is also very high. We are first in India in the international subscriber base per capita population. And we are in the top 5 states in optical fiber net connectivity in the country. A very important constituent would be skilled human capital. We are very fortunate. Skilling and education in one sector, we are giving a lot of emphasis. Premier institutes, national and international, from technology to food to business to management, nanosciences, fashion, agriculture, pharmaceutical. All these institutes provide a very good network for skilling people for the requisite traits which the industry requires, especially the ones which are more in focus while collaborating with South Korea. And what's more, we have a very good research and development ecosystem. And not only within the state or within the country, but very meaningful partnerships have been forged with the best in the world, whether it is NCCU Taiwan, or whether with Israel, or whether Indo-Dutch Centers of Excellence in floriculture. We are also very fortunate to have the country's only fabrication lab, a semiconductor lab, full-fledged facility which is running, and a huge potential for collaboration in that sector, which I'll come a little later in the presentation. Factors of production, fiscal incentives. The bottom line is very, very important. And we provide one of the best incentives, unique incentives. Our GST reimbursement is a unique model. Wherein entire sales within the country, all the GST levied on that, the net outflow is eligible for reimbursement. It is one of its kind in the state, and we would be very happy actually to work with the teams of the investors to make them understand as to how this changes the bottom line of any project, especially the project which attract high rates of GST in the country. Again, employment generation subsidy is something which is very, very liberal. Whatever number of employees one employs, all employees across the board are eligible for 5 years. And there is no upper cap on that. And we provide very handsome employment generation subsidy for an investor in anchor category. And there are other usual incentives, fiscal incentives, in terms of purchase of land, in terms of electricity duty, in terms of development of land, and so on and so forth. Ease of doing business is very important. How do we go once we land up in the state of Punjab? We have a complete one-stop office. Now, this office is truly one-stop because all the powers of 23 different departments are vested in this single office. An investor is not required to go to any other department, meet any other bureaucrat or any other officer or any other political leader. It is our own office and one dedicated relationship officer who is going to see through the entire project right from the exploration stage till the grounding stage and the aftercare sessions. We also take care of the fiscal incentives that are due to the investor and see to it that they are delivered within the time-bound time. Our portal has had an average user rating of 4.6 out of 5, and we are delivering all the consents in a time-bound manner. As in the states of Gujarat and Telangana, for MSME in our state also, one can simply, based on a self-certification, start their operations at the time of landing in the state, and no prior approvals are required for that. Of course, wherever prior approvals are required, we are duty bound. By law, we have to provide the approvals within the due dates, 7 days, 15 days, and 21 days for different certifications. and which are assured by virtue of legal provisions in the state. Quality of life, again, yes, people, the senior management would probably come from different parts of the world, and this is what we are: best in health. Indian Happiness Report, which is the latest, we are ranked second in the country, the people over here. We are third best in governance and political stability, which is a national level report. Foreign students, we are attracting third highest in the number of foreign students. Very good ecosystem of colleges and universities, and we are amongst the lowest in cognizable crime rate in the country. This is the National Crime Report Bureau data. Now, some sectors I would like to touch upon. Agri and food processing, as I have mentioned, we are leaders, and that is where we have attracted our first and very, very valued investor from Korea, Sunjin Corporation, which established their unit in 2018. They started their operations in 2018, and now they are expanding within a span of just 2 years. They are expanding their operations. Huge opportunities in meat products, organic products, animal feed, dairy products, alcoholic beverages, infant food. I mean, the complete value chain is here. We have world's best brand across all continents in the state. We have dedicated research centers and plug-and-play facilities for any investor who can just land in the state of Punjab and start operations in our any plug-and-play facilities. Engineering is another sector. We account for 25% of the secondary steel market of the country. Huge availability of raw material for machine and hand tools and precision engineering. We are very happy to share that we manufacture alloy steel, which is in the value chain of Tesla. This is the skill set, this is the level of production that we do in the state of Punjab. And of course, we have major brands all across different continents, whether Japanese, whether US based, whether German, from Europe, from different parts of the world. And we are waiting with bated breath to have a unit from South Korea in our engineering and electronics sector. And I can tell you there are huge opportunities in industrial machinery, in precision equipments, in e-bike and e-auto sector, rail coach parts, agri and farm machinery. Again, plug-and-play facilities are existing, and we would be very happy to work with the teams of investors from Korea and find a suitable business proposition and a suitable location. Electronics is again very important sector, and we are very proud and very pleased that we are that part of ecosystem which has played a very important role in ASICs designing, and we were closely related to the moon mission of the country, a proud moment for the state of Punjab. In our semiconductor lab, which is situated in Punjab, near Chandigarh in Mohali, we have also contributed to the CERN initiative in Geneva, again in microelectronics and ASIC design. And we would be very willing to see investments in electronic sector, like mobile manufacturing, consumer durables, engineering design, and semiconductor wafer fab facilities. Plug-and-play facilities exist dedicated for this sector as well. Pharma and medical devices is something which is very important for Punjab, and it is coming up as a very important sector. Our companies have collaborated with US, Europe, and German companies to bring in new investments. American giant Centrient has recently invested and expanded. Sun Pharma, Fortune 500 company, is there for a long time. We are the largest manufacturers of American ibuprofen in the world. Ellingers is into medical devices. Huge opportunities exist in medical devices and pharmaceutical industries. We are coming up with a dedicated bulk drug park, which is going to be a game changer. Extremely great incentives, very, very competitive. And I'm sure that it will make a lot of financial sense to explore the huge opportunities up in northern part of the country, because northern India is a market in itself, very dense population, and we are there in northern part of the country, almost having access to 33% of this 1.4 billion market. A brief snapshot of the different plug-and-play facilities and industrial parks spread out across the state, and very much on the dedicated freight corridors, which are going to change the logistics scene for better even more. Investor testimonials. This is SML Isuzu, 35 years of presence in the state, and that's what they say, no strike in last 30 years. Godrej Tyson started 3 years ago, and the journey has been extremely satisfying. I can assure you that we have a great hunger for investments. The state has been leaders in various sectors, and we would like to climb up the value chain. That is exactly what the Seoul and Korean investment can do to us. I have visited Seoul some years ago, and what a region, what a country, and we aspire to gain that technological partnerships from Korea. We would be very happy to suggest and bring in credible joint venture partners from the state of Punjab and the investors in Korea. We are indeed a true single window system, and we would like us to be tested. Please test us as to how we assist and facilitate our investors. And I very strongly encourage to take independent feedback from any of the industry or any of the MNCs which are present in the state of Punjab as to what kind of culture, what kind of business, commerce, trade, and manufacturing culture and environment exists in the state of Punjab. Would be very happy to sit bilaterally. Me and my team are available 24/7, and I mean it. 24/7 is 24/7. And please reach out to us. The details are there on the website, and would be very happy to work alongside you and to see many of you in the state of Punjab. Humbly, I extend my invitation to all the participants here today to kindly work with us, and let's see if we can bring in some meaningful opportunities for you, which are financially very, very viable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It'll be a pleasure to invite Dr. Nitin B. Javale, IAS, Special Secretary, Department of Industries and Managing Director, Industrial Promotion and Investment Corporation of Odisha. Welcome, sir.
Industries. A very good afternoon to all the delegates who have joined today's investment seminar organized by ICC between India and Korea. I am Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary Industries, Government of Odisha. With me is my colleague, Dr. Nitin Javale, who is the Special Secretary Industries and also Head of IPICOL, which is our investment promotion agency. I'll take you through a very brief I'll take you through a brief presentation about investment opportunities specifically for Korean companies in India. Instead of looking at the industrial climate, investment climate, ecosystem, etc., what we have done today, we have jotted down a few very specific investment opportunities in terms of ready to move in infrastructure available in certain specific sectors, which Government of Odisha is promoting very keenly for companies from Korea. Next. Now, this is just a snapshot of where Odisha is located in India. Odisha is on the eastern seaboard. It is on the Bay of Bengal. It is at a flying distance of not more than 5 hours from Korea. It is very ideally located in terms of connecting to the rest of the world. It has infrastructure advantage in terms of large number of ports which cover Southeast Asian countries. It is intrinsically and very efficiently connected to rest of India through very efficient domestic rail and road network. So locating in Odisha gives you an advantage of not only being able to serve the international markets, but also the very large, very rapidly growing and accelerating Indian domestic market. We have a very stable political and economic system, and we have our average rate of growth in industrial economy has been better than the national average. We have emerged as the #1 state in India in terms of attracting investments. Last year, in the first 6 months, we had attracted largest investments in the country. And even this year, between February and October, we have been able to attract more than 1 lakh crores of investments into diverse sectors into our state. That speaks volumes for the investment attractiveness for Odisha. Next, please. Now, because of our locational advantages and because of certain other advantages which we have had good interactions, good relations between India and Korea. We have mounted several delegations from Odisha to Korea. We have reached out to the Korean government, and we were very happy to host His Excellency the Ambassador of Republic of Korea to Odisha last year, where we had the discussions between our two governments led by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik. We continue to have engagements with Korean agencies like KITA and KOTRA for furthering these relationship between India and Odisha. Now we will take a look at some of the advantages which Odisha offers specifically for Korean countries in some of the sectors which we are promoting as priority and thrust sectors. Now, in terms of locational advantage, as I mentioned, we are on the eastern seaboard, the Bay of Bengal. We have 3 very well functioning ports. The Paradip port, which is a government port and has handled the largest cargo in the current financial year. Dhamra port, which is run by the well-known Adani Group. Gopalpur port in the south of Odisha, which is run by the Shapurji Palanji Group. The 4th port at Suvarnrekha is being developed by Tata Steel. These ports enable you to cover international markets, particularly in the Southeast Asian region and the MENA region. These ports have very modern facilities, are relatively unclogged. And not only this, our state is connected with domestic rail and road network to the rest of the country, south, north, and west through very efficient rail and road network. We also have very efficient gas grid throughout our state, and our industrial estates are mapped to these road, rail, and port networks, so that wherever you are, in whichever sector you are located, you can cover both the domestic market of India as well as the international market. We are the largest producer of aluminum, steel, and then stainless steel in India because of the resource advantage which we have. We have rich mineral resources, whether it is iron ore or bauxite or chrome and coal. And we are also a power surplus state because of the coal and water resources which we have. Next. Now, some of the other advantages which make Odisha a very good investment destination, particularly for Korean companies. I mentioned the locational advantage. Now we also have what is called the factors of production advantage: land, water, power, and manpower. In terms of manpower, we are the skill capital of India. Skilled in Odisha is in itself a brand, a very large network of ITIs, engineering institutions, research institutions, whether in the private and the government sector, and which has made us what is called the skill capital of India. Whichever industrial area you go to in India, whether it is in Punjab or in Gujarat or in Maharashtra or in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or the national capital region, you will find the most disciplined, the most productive, and the most efficient workers owe their origin to Odisha. So Odisha is what is called the skill capital of India. In terms of other factors of production, we have the lowest industrial electricity tariffs in India. And more than the tariff, it is the availability. We have stable and reliable industrial electricity grids. We have low industrial land costs. Industrial land costs are in terms of zones. In each of the sector specific zones, there is a specified industrial land cost, and these are set very transparently and on a long-term rate fixation basis. Not only water tariffs are low, but industrial water availability at your factory gate is assured by the government agencies. And I already mentioned the skilled labor which is available at competitive rates. Our industrial facilitation system, single window facilitation system called GoSwift, and I encourage you, I welcome you to access our website and take a tour of the GoSwift portal. It has been rated as one of the best single window facilitation systems in the country by Government of India, and it provides end-to-end solutions right from information up to incentive administration, pre-production as well as post-production facilitation, and other support is provided through our single window system. Next. Now, having said something about the advantages which we have in terms of land, water, power, resources, and human resources, I'll take you through some very specific proposals which we have today for the Korean companies in certain specified sectors. And these sectors we call priority sectors, thrust sectors, because we have advantage of not only land, water, power, but certain specific advantage which makes us very attractive in these particular sectors of the industry. The first is steel and steel downstream. Now, when you talk of steel, you have to talk of Odisha in India. Odisha is the largest producer of all grades of steel in India. And this advantage, will continue because more and more steel will be made in India, more and more refined and more grades of steel will be made in Odisha in the coming years, because this advantage will continue. This is an advantage which will never be lost. We have world's most renowned companies making steel in India, whether it is Tata Steel or ArcelorMittal or Nippon Steel. They have their presence in Odisha, and they have their products readily available for the plants being set up in Odisha. If foreign companies are either into steel making or steel usage or developing new grades, alloy steels, etc., then Odisha is the place for you. We have a facility at Kalinganagar, which is which is India's largest steel making industrial area. Ready to move plots starting from 5 acres to 500 acres, readily available industrial grade water and power at very reasonable rates, excellent connectivity with the ports, with rail and road network make Kalinganagar one of the best destinations for any industry which has got to do anything with steel. And whether it is steel, stainless steel, automotive grade steel, cold rolled, hot rolled, and any kind of steel you talk, Kalinganagar is one of the best destinations for steel countries. So we welcome you. Take a tour of this place. Go to our website. It will give you further details of the incentives which are available and the kinds of plots and connectivities which are available in Kalinganagar. Next. Now, continuing on the metal front, Odisha is also one of the largest producers of aluminium in the country, in India today. Again, because of the resource advantage, we have 55% of India's bauxite resources are in Odisha, because of which well-known aluminium producers like Aditya Birla Group, Hindalco, Vedanta Group, Vedant Aluminium, and the Government of India company Nalco have their big plants, both refineries as well as smelters in Odisha. And aluminium in various forms, whether it is ingots or billets or coils or even in molten form, aluminium is readily available for those industries who would want to set up their industries based on aluminium as the raw material feedstock. We have certain very specified industrial parks. One which we are presenting here today is the Angul Downstream Aluminium Park. More than 200 acres of ready-to-move-in facilities, ready-to-move-in factory sheds, vacant plots of land ranging from 5 acres to 25 acres in modular form. So you can play with them and have a plot of your size and location. Readily available industrial grade water and power at your factory gate, and excellent connectivity. Paradip port is about 174 kilometers. The international airport of the state capital, Bhubaneswar, is about 100 kilometers. And readily available all grades of aluminium from the aluminium producers in Odisha. Not only that, because of this large aluminium making capacity in Odisha, the requirement of ancillary items for these aluminium making plants, starting from calcined petroleum coke to specialized refractory bricks, cryolites, and other specialty chemicals, etc., is also extreme. So if whether you are in aluminium downstream or whether you are in aluminium ancillary, this is one of the good opportunities for Korean companies. Next. Now, the third sector which we want to present here today to the Korean companies is the petrochemical and the chemicals sector. Petrochemical and chemical sector is again a thrust sector in our industrial policy, which qualifies for the highest scale of incentives, whether it is investment subsidy or tax reimbursements or employment allowance or industrial tariffs on water, land, and power. Petrochemicals and chemicals is what is called a thrust sector in industrial policy. And we have put up a infrastructure facility, which is called the PCPIR. This has been set up jointly by Government of India and Government of Odisha. More than 250 square kilometers of very well developed industrial land, ideally located next door to Paradip port and almost not more than 100 kilometers from the state capital, the international airport of the state capital, very well connected through road and rail network to the rest of the country. More importantly, the raw material feedstock availability from Indian Oil Corporation, which is India's largest petroleum company and also one of the very large petroleum companies in the world, assured availability of certain grades of raw material feedstock for petrochemicals and chemicals processing, and a very good ecosystem of chemical and petrochemical industries in the entire region. Industrial plots ranging from 5 acres to more than 100 acres in modular form. So you can always agglomerate and conglomerate to have a plot of your size and a choice of the location. Next. Finally, in the electronics manufacturing sector, we have proposed a new facility called the Info Valley. Info Valley, very close to the state capital, Bhubaneswar. It is an electronics manufacturing cluster jointly promoted by Government of India and the state government. Dot in the state capital. It is actually 15 minutes drive from the international airport at Bhubaneswar. Very well developed, plug and play, ready to move in facilities for medium and large companies, whether in the electronics manufacturing or in the IT and ITES space. Government of India agency called STPI has set up one of the most modern electropreneur park in this facility. Apart from that, there are linkages with IIT Bhubaneswar, Triple IIT Bhubaneswar, and other network of engineering and educational and research and development institutions within the periphery of the state capital region. Again, this is a thrust sector in our industrial policy, and it qualifies for a very high set of incentives, whether it is on tax reimbursements, on industrial water and power tariffs, on employment subsidy allowance for people who are given employment in this region. I would welcome Korean companies and the Korean agencies, Kotra and Kita, to take a look at this. We can even discuss between Odisha and Korea to set it up as a Korean specific enclave, a specialized enclave only reserved for Korean companies in the electronics and IT space. This is an offer which we are making today on behalf of the government of Odisha. This is more than 500 acres of very well developed, very well connected land ready to move in for specifically electronics companies, and we can offer it entirely only to Korean companies. Next, please. Now, finally, a new offering from us on the food processing sector. Near the Bhubaneswar state capital, we have set up a good facility for seafood processing industries. This again has been set up jointly with the assistance of Government of India and the state government in a joint venture mode. This has the most modern facilities for seafood processing, targeting the Southeast Asian markets. Ready to move in plots as well as factory sheds are available. Good linkages with food laboratories and R&D institutions, packaging industries and packaging R&D institutions in terms are also available in the vicinity, and a ready stream of skilled workers for the food processing industry, along with raw material advantage, because Odisha is on the Bay of Bengal, the eastern seaboard. Very good seafood and marine food catchment area is available for those who would want to set up their processing plants in this facility. The seafood park at Deras, 15 minutes drive from the Bhubaneswar International Airport and very well connected to the seaport, as both in Gopalpur as well as at Paradip, and to the domestic markets, as I mentioned earlier, through road and rail connectivity. Next. Now, having talked of industry, let's also talk of cultural exchanges. Korea and India and also Odisha have enjoyed a very good cultural connect. When we hosted His Excellency the Ambassador of Korea to India last year, he had brought with him the Korean Karawa, where there were cultural teams, and we were really very happy to join hands with the Korean cultural teams. And one of the representatives of Odisha culture in Korea is Beena Keum. She is a famed Korean Odissi dancer, singer, and mardal player, which is a traditional musical instrument of Odisha. We are very proud of this association, cultural association between Odisha and Korea, and we have several linkages between the educational institutions of Odisha with Korea. One of the examples we have given here is the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, which has a tie-up with the Hanseo University of Korea, who have set up an Indo-Korea Culture and Cultural Exchange Center, which promotes fraternity and partnership on educational and cultural front between Korea and Odisha. Welcome to Odisha. You would feel at home, and with the kind of industrial infrastructure which we have put in place and the tremendous policy and polity advantage which we have in Odisha, we can assure you that you would do good business. You would do business not only in Odisha, also in India, and because of the excellent connectivity, the entire world would be an opportunity for you. Thank you so much, ICC, for giving us this opportunity to connect with the Korean companies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the honor to call on stage Mr. Srihar Reddy, Coordinator, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana. Welcome, sir.
Please unmute yourself.
Can you please confirm the screen presence, please?
We can't see the presentation. Please open the presentation.
Are you able to see that?
No. You want me to share the presentation?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Please continue.
Yes. So, Annyeonghaseyo and namaste to all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen from Telangana. It is indeed a pleasure to present the presentation from the office of Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Principal Secretary, IT, Industries and Commerce. I am Srihar Reddy, Coordinator, Invest Telangana. So, coming to the state presentation, Telangana, located in the southern half of India, is one of the youngest state of India. Can we go for the next slide, please? So Hyderabad, the state capital, is the most livable city in India for the 5th consecutive years by the survey, and youngest state with 70% population within the working age group. Hyderabad, the state capital, has been a global trade center in multiple areas since the inception 1950. The state progressive and far-sighted policy measures have been lauded by all the business stakeholders. Our state has been consistently ranked as the best state for doing business. Telangana has been one of the fastest growing states in India. The state economy grew at the annual average rate of 9.0%. Our state industrial policy, TS-IPAS, can we go for the next slide, please? TS-IPAS, one only state which allows the automatic approvals based on the self-certification. We are the first to do that. And the Telangana state government also gives you a guarantee that if the process is not done, the officer will be levied by 1,000 rupees penalty from day 15. And we are having the policy highlights as meet or beat policy and minimum inspection and maximum facilitation. We also have a lot of sectorial benefits for more investments. Next slide, please. So we also have a lot of incentive categories that we give based on the project size. Projects whose investment is more than 200 crores or employ more than 1,000, we create a customized incentive package, which will give a additional benefit to the industry. Next slide, please. So as presented on the screen, you can see that Hyderabad has been ranked the most livable city, and Hyderabad is one of the safest and most happening cities in the country, along with the low cost, be it centrally located and accessible, low disaster prone region, low cost of living and high quality of living. And it has been ranked by the JLL's Global City Monument Index. The next slide, please. Yes, this is something that everybody needs to have a look at, the ranking system here for the skill and education report that we have received. Employability rank, we stand in rank 2 for the employability across cities, rank 1 in female employability, and rank 3 in male employability. Also, the skill availability rank, we rank number 1 in numerical ability, number 1 in business communication, and number 2 in critical thinking. Next slide, please. Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge enhances skilling synergy among institutions of government. Also, we have a special ability here. The task will actually give you a process, as the Minister Sir has mentioned, that if a company is trying to invest in our state and there is a lack of skill, so we will actually employ them and we will make them industry ready at our own cost, and we will give you the number of people who are supposed to be employed in your company. And for the mid and senior level professions, Hyderabad has a competitively lower labor cost when compared to other cities. 50% of trained personnel get recruited, highest electronic system design manufacturing skilling program in the country. Government of Telangana has drafted and implemented best-in-class policies for all of these. Next slide, please. Yes, these are the attrition rate comparisons you can have a look at. According to the city-wide study done by HR consultancy firm Kelly Randstad, it was found that against the national attrition rate of 16.3%, Hyderabad is the lowest when compared to the other metro cities. Next slide, please. Yes, this is something that is the most talked about thing, the innovation system that we have here. Government of Telangana has built a vibrant startup ecosystem in addition to the incentives that we give. We have T-Hub, which will actually give you a culture of innovation that keeps its partners ahead. You can go there, you can do your prototyping, and you can come up with your business ideologies there. Now we have Telangana State Innovation Cell, which is a major thing for innovations. You be an engineering grad or you are someone from a school, you can go there, you can provide, you can actually tell your idea to the people there, and the idea gets developed, arranging and connecting you with various business leaders. We have VHub, which is a woman entrepreneur hub, which exclusively and predominantly works for the development and focus of women. And T-Works, it is a prototype. We have the proper system where we can develop everything there, and additional support is provided from them. Rich, we have the Research and Innovation Center of Hyderabad, which will facilitate you regarding the research of market and provide you with a greater advantage. And Task, I already mentioned, we have a proper mechanical system which will work for the benefit of the people who are already graduated and they're looking for a particular skill enhancement. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a map where we have projected that 2,000 plus startups in Telangana, 10 Atal incubation centers, 239 Atal Thinker labs, 10 premier education institutions, and we have 80 plus Indian corporates and 25 plus research labs. This has resulted in a well-supported and endowed innovation ecosystem in the state. Next slide. So these initiatives clubbed with its other strategic advantage, Telangana has been number 1
in terms of access to human capital, connectivity, quality of living, supporting infrastructure. Next slide, please. Yes, talking about the EV sector, we have recently launched the electronic vehicles policy, and the highlights are the Telangana government, as part of its new policy, offers 100% exemption of road tax and also registration fee for the first 2 lakh electric two-wheeler purchased and registered within the state. According to the state electric vehicles and energy storage policy, we intend to make Telangana a major base for TV and ESS and EV sector, and to attract investments worth 4.0 billion. And going to the next slide. Yeah, you can also clearly see the presence of Korean companies that we have in Telangana. Hyundai India has set up their only state-of-art R&D center in Hyderabad. It is the largest Hyundai R&D center outside Seoul, and employs over 1,000 people. Young one, the Korean textile giant corporation, has invested over 120 million and will begin their production starting early 2021. Moiba has also signed an agreement with the Telangana government for the joint global acceleration program, set to launch in 2021 again. Hyundai Mobiles is developing an R&D campus over 20 acres in Telangana and employing over 1,000 members in the R&D facility. Government of Telangana has also entered into a partnership with South Korea's Gangwon Technology Park and cluster cooperation in the space of medtech devices. The teams from both the country as well as the state have communicated and also visited the sites. So it actually looks like Telangana has enjoyed a successful relationship with several Korean organizations. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the logo of Invest Telangana. You can clearly see the symbols. We have identified, the government has identified 14 thrust sectors. In addition to the business ecosystem, friendly ecosystem, Telangana is also home for strong IT industry and several major manufacturing industries such as bulk drugs, pharmaceutical, agro-processing, cement and mineral-based industries, high procession industries, engineering, textiles, automobiles and auto component industries, spices, horticulture, poultry, farming, biotechnology, defense ecosystem. Within the factors, and you name it, we have it. We actually say that to everyone. And lastly, I must appreciate ICC and KOTRA for organizing India-Korean Business Forum. We want more Korean companies to strengthen their presence in our state, Telangana. And I wish the program a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And apologies for the title, since we just had the name, so we got a little,
No issues.
Thank you so much for your time. So ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have sector-focused sessions on healthcare and pharma, machinery, ESDM and agriculture, and food processing sector. The session on healthcare and pharma and ESDM will take place in this room. The link for the machinery and agriculture and food processing sector is put down in the chat box for your reference. So all of you, all the delegates who are interested in machinery and agriculture and food sector can join the link in the chat box, and we'll proceed to the sessions. We'll meet again in this room after the sectoral sessions. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the electronic sessions. We have the Korea India Corporation in the electronics industry by the moderator, Mr. Himanshu Bhatia, partner PwC. The presentations would be by Mr. Jitendra Jorwal, additional CEO, Punjab Bureau of Investment Promotion, Government of Punjab, and Mr. Manche, Managing Director, Samsung STS. Mr. Manche is the Managing Director of Samsung STS India. He has total 25 years of work experience and associated with STS since last 16 years. During early stages of his career, he worked as managing consultant as Booz Allen, Since joining Samsung, he has worked as consultant in electronics, manufacturing, and energy sectors. Just before joining STS, he was leading healthcare, smart city, and smart building business. Mr. Che finished his master's degree from Carnegie Mellon University. Mr. Jitendra Jorwal joined the India Administrative Service in 2014 in Punjab Cadre, currently serving as Additional Principal Secretary to Honorable CM, Punjab, and Additional CEO, Punjab Bureau of Investment Promotion in West Punjab. He has a BTech in Civil Engineering from IIT Delhi. He has served as Chief Administrator, Jalandhar Development Authority, and Additional Deputy Commissioner, Jalandhar in the past. Thank you so much and welcome, gentlemen. Let's proceed with the session.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you for that brief round of introduction, please. I'd like to start this India-Korea Business Forum on electronics sector. I'll start with a PowerPoint presentation, wherein we will be highlighting some brief facts and features about why Punjab is, what incentive Punjab is offering, why Punjab has to be a chosen destination for ESDM electronics sector. We'll be also touching few aspects of the various incentives given by Government of India as well as the Government of Punjab. So to begin with, next slide, it's not working. So to begin with, this is a brief snapshot of the IT and ESDM ecosystem in the state of Punjab. So IT and ITE as a share in GDP of the country is 8%, and the share in services export is around 45%. Overall, in a global outsourcing market, we are proud to be one of the most important leader and in the world with a cap of around 56%. The overall FDI received in the country was about US dollar 6 billion in the year 2017-18, and we employ 4 million people in this sector. And the market size of this sector is expected to grow, as per the reports, to almost $350 billion by 2035. And the CAGR of the sector is expected to be around 11.1%. And about the ESDM sector, that the Indian electronics hardware market is one of the largest in the world and is expected to reach about 400 billion in 2025 from the present cap of $60 million. Next, please. So what are the various drivers of this sector in India? First of all, the demand. So the growing demand, India is poised to be third largest consumer economy in the world. We have the second largest digital base in the world. The per capita income is rising steadily. The expected growth from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, this is expected that these will be the new engines of growth in the country. And obviously, due to all these factors, we have a huge demands of electronic goods in our emerging markets and also elsewhere in the world. With respect to the infrastructure, under electronics manufacturing cluster, around 20 greenfield clusters and 3 brownfield electronic manufacturing clusters are being set up in the country. And the incubators are being developed by Ministry of Information and Technology and Center of Excellence in Cutting Edge Electronic Design. Most importantly, about the human capital, we have set up Electronic Sector Skill Council, and the demographic dividend of the India and coupled with the skill development mission of the India and of the state of Punjab, we are progressing in this area in a very a good manner. The financial assistance to the states and UTs for the skill development, in particularly for the ESDM sector, is to train 90,000 candidates. And for the policy, we permit 100% FDI under the automatic route. So next, please. Yeah. So with this now specifically to the Punjab, we have a strong ecosystem with around more than 250 registered IT units. We have more than 35,000 IT professionals in the region. The cost of savings is higher than other tier 1 cities. We around 10 to 11, 14%, and the exports from the region, it amounts to Korean won of 660 billion or US dollar of 0.6 billions. We have the presence of few of the big firms like Xenon Tech, Zini AI, and Energy Systems, and the emerging technologies like big data, AI, machine learning, DevOps, etc. The top countries for the exports in this sector from Punjab are US, Norway, Canada, and Australia. And you can also see at the bottom of this slide the various firms like Infosys, Parexel, and other companies which have the huge presence in the Punjab, in the state of Punjab. So we have the only ASIC fabrication plant of the country in Punjab, application-specific integrated circuit. The SCL supplies more than 1 lakh unit of the multiplex analog signal processor, which was used in the high energy physics experiment LS at the LHC, that was Large Hadron Collider in CERN in Geneva. Further, SCL has also developed two kinds of low dropout regulators, which are for use in the fabrication of equipment of Chandrayaan-2, which was our spacecraft rocket for our mission for the moon. And the major ESDM companies and research institute in the Punjab are SCL, CDIL, BEL, and we'll be also explaining you and giving a brief profile of these firms also. So SCL, it is engaged in the research and development of the microelectronics. It is the country's only complementary metal oxide semiconductor fabrication facility. We have designed over 150 ASIC and standard blocks in last 5 years, thereby meeting the various demands of the ISRO. With respect to the electronics, BEL is one of the major manufacturers, and it has a diversified portfolio covering various aspects and state-of-the-art equipment for the civil products, such as EVMs, that is electronic voting machine, which are used in the elections in the country. And we are proud to say that this has been functioning very smoothly, and we boast that we are the largest democracy in the world and conduct smooth, fair, and free elections. BEL also produces solar power traffic signal system, and we also cater not only to domestic needs, also to the international customers across the countries like Japan, Germany, France, US, UK. For R&D sector, CDAC Mohali is in the state of Punjab. CDAC Mohali is a premier R&D organization which has been set up to train manpower in electronic design and technology. For electronics, CDIL, again, is a renowned semiconductor manufacturer of the silicon chips, and it has sales and distribution network in over 35 countries. In the region of the for the ecosystem for ESDM in the NCR region and in Punjab, for telecom, Punjab Communication Limited is a telecom and IT equipment solution provider. The product they offer various range of products like multiplexer, power line carriers, etc. And we are an ISO certified company. The Ordnance Cable Factory, it has been established in collaboration with a Japanese firm, Sumitomo, in the year 1963. And the product portfolio is again diversified, as you can see, including carrier quad cable, spring steel wires, AO field, etc. For our testing and development center, ETDC Mohali is again a leading laboratory engaged in providing accredited calibration and testing facilities. CSIO is a premier national laboratory dedicated to R&D and design of scientific industrial instruments, and it also offers R&D in various facilities like medical instrument, optics, instrumentation, etc. So when someone thinks of progress, we definitely say that think progress and think Punjab. We are strategically located very closer to the NCR region, which is again a major economic growth house of the country. We are very close to it. By air time, it hardly takes less than an hour, and if someone drives by a road, it takes around 4 hours. We have 1.5% of India's land area, but we contribute to 3% of India's GDP. We are the food bowl of the country, and we produce 25% of the rice and 25% of wheat, which is given to the central grain pool to ensure national food security of the country. We are the largest tractor producer, tractor manufacturing state of the country. We account for 22% of the export from India. With respect to the bicycles, we are the leading state in bicycles with 75% manufacturing and bicycle components with 92% manufacturing. Coming to textiles, we have the biggest hosiery of woolen manufacturing of the state amounting to 65%. This shows that we are the state is very diversified with respect to the food sector, manufacturing sector, electronic sector, and the textile sector. Again, the competitive factors why we are able to do so much with such a small land area, that we have affordable quality power. We are electricity surplus state, and we do not have any shortages even during the peak demands during the agriculture season of paddy and wheat. And T&D losses are the lowest. Transmission distribution losses are lowest in the country. With respect to the workforce, we have peaceful labor relationship. We do not have any major strike in last 3 decades. We do not have any domicile restriction in the hiring. For both the genders, men and women, we have 24/7 shifts, and the wages are very competitive, which is 1,50,000 Korean won per month. With respect to the logistics, we are ranked second in ease of logistics in the country, and first in safety and security of cargo movement. And we have 2 international and 4 domestic airports. We are very well connected rail and road network, and we have second highest rail density in the country. And we are connected via dedicated freight corridors. And the next, please. With respect to the skilled human capital, because each and every industry has to hire human resources, they have to be adequately trained, they have to be adequately equipped to face the global challenges, global demands. So with respect to the human capital, we have 89 engineering institutes, we have polytechnics and ITIs, and we produce more than 8,000 plus students specifically trained in ESDM and IT sector. And the major institutes which are present here are IIT Ropar, Indian Institute of Management, Indian School of Business. We have NIT Jalandhar, so management institutes, either these are management institutes offering specialized courses or engineering courses. We have all those institutes which are producing quality skilled human capital. With respect to the state's fiscal incentive, for anchor unit, we provide the following incentives: that if a minimum investment is of 7.5 billion Korean won or $6.8 million US, or it provides minimum 500 direct employments, then they are considered as anchor units. And in our policy, the state's policy of industrial business development policy of 2017 of state of Punjab, ESDM sector has been identified as thrust sector, and being a thrust sector, there are more fiscal incentives that are being offered. We are the only state which provides net GST reimbursement up to 200% of the FCI in whole of the country. We provide employment generation subsidy of 7,65,100 Korean won per employee per year for the period of 5 years. We offer 100% tax and duty exemptions from land use change, external development change, and exemption, and we also give 100% exemption from electricity duty. With respect to easing out, smoothing the process of giving clearances and facilitating the investments, we have a unified regulator, which is Invest Punjab, which is one-stop office and one of its kind in the country. That we provide various regulatory clearances that a investor do not have to move door to door. They have to come to our own through this single office, and all those clearances will be given to them in a time-bound manner. And how it is that we explore that what are the areas that are interested for that their company might be interested for growth, for investing, how to start, how to operate, and setting up of a business. There are aftercare sessions also, and we have dedicated relation officers and sector officers to take care of the needs of the company and the investor, and we offer digital approvals for the same. So these are the various investment opportunities in the IT, ES, and ESDM sector, like semiconductor wafer fab, electronics and ASIC designing, 3D printing, aerospace and defense electronics, medical electronics, industrial electronics, automobile electronics, and so on and so forth. These investment opportunities, as per the ESDM park, we are proposing 200 acres of plug and play infrastructure in the area called Rajpura, which is only 30 to 40 minutes away from the Chandigarh. And we have strong industrial ecosystems and home to India's only fab manufacturing, as was explained before. We have world-class infrastructure along with common facilities, including ready-built factory, RBF sheds, and common facility centers are also provided in the state of Punjab. They have also a presence which provide training facilities, tool rooms, testing and certification labs, and as was told you and briefed you in the previous slides, what all attractive investments for the anchor units which we offer. Not only the state fiscal incentives, the government of India's incentives are also covered for the electronics sector. And what all incentives are there? For example, in the production linked incentive scheme for large scale mobile manufacturing, the incentive that is provided varies from 4 to 6% production linked incentive for a period of 5 years. And for scheme for promotion of manufacturing and components and semiconductor specs, we say a 25% incentive on capital expenditure. For EMCS, EMC 2.0, which is a new scheme offered by Government of India for creating infrastructure and common facilities, 50% of the project cost, and the ceiling is there up to INR 70 crores for every 100 acres. These are the incentives that are being provided in the electronics sector. With this, the quality of life in the state of Punjab, again, we are ranked second amongst all the states and the union territories in the first ever annual Indian Happiness Report. We have a fantastic modern health infrastructure and also a peaceful environment. We various hotels and tourism industry, they have established, they have quite a good presence over here, like Taj, Radisson, Hyatt, the hospital industry also. Medical industry is also quite booming in here, like Fortis and Max. These are the big names, and weekend getaways and all the quality of life aspects has also been catered into with the strategic location that we have for the state of Punjab. Thank you very much.
So we are done with the presentation. Asking moderator to take over.
Hi, can we? I think the next presentation will be from Mr. Manche, Managing Director, Samsung SDS.
Yes, we'll share the presentation.
Sure.
Ashwini, are you able to share it? And Shuman, can you please check?
Namaste everyone. My name is Manche and I am the Managing Director of Samsung SDS India. I hope all of you, your family and colleagues would have stayed safe and healthy during these tough times which we all have witnessed. Last year, this event was done physically, but this year, due to COVID-19 pandemic, it is being done virtually. I would have personally preferred to interact face-to-face with you all, but nevertheless, the technology is at least allowing us to interact digitally. Let me start the presentation by raising a few questions. What do you think about digital transformation? Why Indian industry needs digital transformation? How Indian and Korean companies can create synergy to achieve digital transformation? Today, I would like to talk briefly on these topics. Since 2015, the government has been pursuing Digital India program, which is
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but the video is not audible.
There is some problem. We are working on it. Please give us some time.
Sure, ma'am.
Ms. Aneja?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we would request you to start the panel discussion. There is some problem in the presentation after the panel discussion is done.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we'll proceed with the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen.
Please unmute.
Thank you, Ms. Aneja. Good afternoon, all participants, and thank you, panelists, Mr. Che, Mr. Jorwal. Mr. Jorwal, thank you for the exciting presentation. So while we are dealing with the audio issues, I will start with a cliched question, Mr. Jorwal, if because given the pandemic situation, I don't think we can, we cannot talk about the pandemic in the given circumstances. So in your view, what is the impact of the current pandemic on the ESDM industry or sector in India? So if we divide this industry into two parts, clearly the digital transformation bit would have seen some positives, which is what we are seeing. But the manufacturing and the system designs should have some negative impact given the supply chain challenges. But we want to hear from you. What's your view or perspective on that?
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. So as was rightly pointed out that during the COVID issues, when the pandemic was at its peak in the beginning to begin with, when the pandemic just started in the month of March in India, in month of March and April, we entered into a phase of complete lockdown. And that definitely disrupted supply chain because it's a global phenomena. The industry has forward and backward linkages. So definitely there was an issue of supply chain breakdown, but now the situation is getting normal again with respect to the industries, I'll say. So now the supply system are again going back to normal, and optimization has reached almost up to 90%, I'll say. So there has been a lot of queries about it. There has been, because it's a global phenomena. So unless and until all the world moves in the same direction, then only it can be smoothened. But I can easily say that around 90% the supply chain has been streamlined and has been smoothened. Definitely it will take a little more while, because now we are fearing a second peak in the country. But I don't think so that that will create any major supply chain problem, because all the transportation, all the communication channels are open and have been adapted with respect to the COVID, because all this time we have entered into a new normal phase of our life as to how to begin our industrial solutions and all.
Perfect. That's heartening to hear, Mr. Jorwal. And on a lighter note, you mentioned that Punjab is the second most happy state. So being from Punjab, I want to know which is the first state.
Because I think it was Kerala.
Okay. So we need to beat them next time.
Yeah. So when you will be coming here, do drop in here so we can take it to the first.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Che, moving on to you and picking up from Mr. Jorwal's response, what do you see in terms of, if we leave the manufacturing part aside, but in terms of digital transformation, are you seeing the positive impact given the fact that the whole world has adopted to the new digital way of working, which has certainly sort of re-emphasized the reliance of digital transformation on businesses? So though it's pandemic, but are you seeing the positive impact of this pandemic in the last few months on digital transformation efforts in India and across the globe?
Thank you for your question. So as you said, it is a very tough time of COVID-19 pandemic. So I agree with your idea that even though it is very tough time, but it is a very good period to apply our digital transformation, including the contactless online retail or the mobile communication, including this kind of Zoom communication. So by utilizing the new technology like AI or machine learning or the blockchain or cloud computing, we can support the digital transformation in India, even in the COVID-19 pandemic situation.
Sure, thank you. And Mr. Che, I will pick up from Mr. Jorwal's presentation. Since we were talking about Punjab, it's a great reflection of the whole Indian ecosystem. 65% of population in India still lives in rural areas, and I'm sure that basically means that digital transformation, when we talk about it, could have very different connotations in a country like India. For instance, digital transformation could mean digital literacy, digital retailing, financial inclusion through digital transformation, etc. Do you consider this as an opportunity or a challenge in India? And the second part of my question is, what do you think is the role that Korea as a business partner of India and Korean companies could play in digital transformation of rural India?
Yeah, as you said, majority of India population lives in rural areas. In my view, currently digital transformation is still a challenge for rural India due to lack of IT infrastructure and the low level of digital literacy. As you can see in my presentation later, the digital adoption, such as mobile users and internet users, is significantly increasing in India. But as you know, it is mainly coming from urban areas. And as you said, digitalization level in rural areas is still low. So in this perspective, we see this an opportunity where Korean and Indian companies can leverage on each other's strengths to bridge this gap of digital divide between urban and rural areas. In my opinion, as Korea has been leading digitalization before, the Korean companies have proven experiences for digital infrastructure projects, which can be applied here. Moreover, such infrastructure project can be funded by Korean government under ODA such as EDCF.
Okay. So I'll quickly move on to Mr. Jorwal for the next question. So Mr. Jorwal, both the central government and the state governments have come up with fantastic policies for supporting the electronic manufacturing in India. You also gave an example of Rajpura. But in spite of such examples, it is generally felt that India needs, global scale manufacturing facilities to actually support the policies that are being formulated by both the central and the state government. As a policymaker, are you happy with, what we have done so far on this count?
Yeah. So on the policy front, definitely a lot has been done, but still, again, the glass is half full, I'll say. Okay. So a lot needs to be done. So based on that, because the dynamics has been changing, there has been new awakening with respect to new modern technologies, modern solutions regarding it. So new land banks are created, dedicated land banks are created. In the state of Punjab, we have created new 4 land banks of more than 1,000 acres each. And the government of India has come up with new policies and programs like production-linked incentives. This will definitely give the required push that is required to push the volume and at a global scale manufacturing of India. And
Right.
honestly, these may be extended to the other sectors also, other manufacturing units also, so that that's make in India and design in India that can collaborate internationally with various firms and various countries, so that this can be scaled to a new level.
Okay, and you shared the the incentives that are available in Punjab and the measures that you have introduced for ease of doing business in Punjab. You also mentioned the minimum threshold of about 6.8 or 7 million USD for the anchor units. In this industry, it's very common, Mr. Jorwal, that when a large player comes in, the smaller ancillary units also come in, which may not be able to meet that minimum threshold. So is there a special scheme for such units to look at the collective investment level being made? I mean, how do you perceive that, as the policymaker?
Yes, so the cap was just for anchor units, which was of 7.5 billion Korean won or 50 crores in Indian rupees.
Okay.
So it is only for anchor units. With respect to the other units, there is no cap, and the state of Punjab welcomes any investment that an investor or a company is thinking to make, is proposing to make. So there is no such cap with respect to this one.
Okay, and one related question, Mr. Jorwal. So the government of India had recently reduced the tax rate, and India is now amongst the lowest tax rate countries for manufacturing. It's down to 15%. After that reduction, have you seen any offtake, or do you think we need to do more in terms of rationalization of GST measures for manufacturing? I mean, I just want your perspective as a policymaker that reduction of tax rate, did that make India more attractive?
Definitely, because tax barriers have been, a talk of at the international forum also. These taxes and all, the more we streamline it, the more we smoothen it, the less tax we put on the consumers or the investors or the inward movement or the outward movement of the finished goods or the raw material, the lower the cost of production will be, and definitely it boosts the demand. And more so during this time of COVID pandemic, the lowering the tax slabs will definitely give more income to the people, thereby leading to more expenditure and definitely boosting and reviving the economy of India in general, and obviously of the whole of the world in this global economy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jorwal. So, Mr. Che, I'll come back to you. So, in the space of digital and technology, India has done fairly well, as a support center to large companies in performing their research, development, and analytics in India. Obviously, this has happened largely because the government was very supportive, both at the central and the federal and the state level. Plus, the Indian demographics played a very significant role. Do you feel that India continues to have that edge on other countries, especially in Asia, or the other countries are really catching up? Like, for example, I've worked extensively in this sector, and we keep hearing Philippines as a potential competition for India. So what's your take on that? And again, the second part of the question is, since you run a very large center in India, what would be the top 2 or 3 key suggestions from you to the policymakers, since Mr. Jorwal is here?
Yeah, that's a very good question. India has edge over other Asian countries, and this is proven when we look at the current statistics. The government has supported the IT industry since the beginning, and the result of which we all are seeing now with 4 million people working directly in IT industry. India also has a large pool of engineering and MBA graduates. Also in the startup ecosystem, government has announced lots of initiatives and funds to support the local startups, which make India now 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. Due to these reasons, India will continue to lead this in Asia in coming years. So Samsung SDS is also planning to expand in India market. Last year, we started Global Delivery Center in India to support global customers of Samsung SDS. And we'll focus on R&D to build solutions in artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, etc. And next year, we have big plans of expansion.
As far as I know, Indian government is doing very well to promote IT industry and companies building solutions in new age technologies, AI, blockchain, IoT, etc. And we think that government should continue to invest in these areas to maintain India's leadership in the high-tech industry. And I think the government has been proactive, and recently they have relaxed the rules for work from home for IT and BPO industry. And this will help the industry to provide support to their customers more effectively, and at the same time, maintain safety of our employees during the pandemic situation.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Che. I think that was a great answer. We are almost at the top of the allotted time, so I'll quickly go back and check if your presentation and your video is ready. Ms. Aneja, any update from our tech team?
No, sir, not as yet, but I'll just check with them.
Okay, so I'll then quickly squeeze in one more question for you, Mr. Che. As an investor, and you are a fairly large investor, you talked about moving the global GDS into India as Samsung. And you know, I know your presentation started towards digital transformation and the need for digital transformation in India. As an investor, as a business owner, which are the top 3 sectors, and please rank them in order, which you think have the most potential in India for digital transformation?
Okay, from a Samsung SDS perspective, we believe that healthcare, so under National Digital Health Missions, and manufacturing under Make in India initiative, and logistics. So, you know, the contactless retailing is very important in this situation. So I think the healthcare, manufacturing, and logistics can be top 3 focus areas with most potential for digital transformation in India.
Okay, and so when you say logistics, it goes back to my first question, that have you seen, given the pandemic situation, more focus being put on digital transformation in the logistics? Because obviously, you know, the traditional ways of supply chains were disrupted because of the pandemic. So did you see any positive changes, or, you know, more interest coming in from businesses due to the pandemic in logistics?
Yes, you know, in this pandemic situation, e-commerce is very important, and so to support this e-commerce business, you know, the logistics is very important. And we have to utilize the digital transformation technologies for these logistics, because for logistics, the visibility is very important. We have to trace our products from the production site to the customers. So we can apply the digital transformation technologies for this logistics.
Right.
So in that sense, I think the logistics is one of top 3 focus areas as an investor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, a very quick check, because I think we are over the time allotted to us. Ms. Aneja, any update?
So I'm just trying to coordinate with Miss Ashwini, in fact, and due to lack of coordination.
I'll play the presentation now.
Perfect.
So
thank you so much.
You will receive a pop-up or something which will ask you to join. You will see a pop-up on the screen. Please yes. Join now.
Sound is slow. Yeah, मैंने देखा भी है.
Ashwini, there is still no audio, so maybe you want to start again.
End the session. So there's some issue still. So we are not able to play the audio.
Okay, it seems we continue to.
So we are not able to.
Okay.
So I will make a presentation now. So instead of me playing video, is it okay?
Yes, Mr. Manche, that's okay.
Okay. 화면 공유를 어떻게 하지? 화면 공유를 어떻게 하지? 이 화면, 이건가?
Should I give it to Ananda? I don't know what to do.
쟤네들이 저거 권한을 안 줬을 거 같아. 화면 공유. 공유 중인데 어떻게 하지 이걸? 많지.
But I could hear it.
You know, 화면 공유. 자, 새로운 공유 중지. 그냥 이걸 어떻게 해요? 파워포인트로. 왜 안 되지? 화면 공유를 어떻게 해? 화면 공유. 아씨, 어떻게 이해 왜 안 돼?
지금 저쪽에서 우리 쪽에서 열 수 있는 권한이 없을 것 같아요. 자기네들이 컨트롤을 하게끔.
Mr. Che, are you able to present?
I'm trying to share my screen, but just wait for a while, just for a moment.
Sure. Okay. I think in the meantime, if any of the participants have any questions, they can type it in the group chat, and we'll be happy to take this up with our panelists.
ठीक है. What are they talking? मेरे को actually कुछ सुना ही नहीं दे रहा.
Mr. Jorwal, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Himanshu.
Okay, so I got a question from one of the participants. The question is, given that Punjab has its proximity with Noida, which has a large mobile manufacturing activity, Punjab seems very ideally located or placed to provide a lower cost option vis-a-vis Noida, which is obviously expensive given its proximity to NCR, along with GST and other benefits. The question is whether Punjab has any plans to leverage on this whole opportunity and provide a plug-and-play factory for a quick entry and for a quick manufacturing plan for such mobile phone manufacturers.
Yes, definitely. Definitely, we have this state-of-the-art plug-and-play facilities. We have dedicated industrial parks for these purposes, where there are common minimum facilities where the company can just come and start their business as soon as possible for them. So Punjab do have these sort of incentives and have these sort of facilities to offer. So and also with as was rightly pointed out, that the cost of living and the incentives are much better than those are in Noida, which they might be getting in Noida due to high cost of living, transportation cost of rent, so on and so forth. So we do have such plants, and also these plants are strategically located in and around the area of Mohali and Chandigarh. So the travel time also from these main cities will not be more than 40 to 60 minutes. So we do have such facilities, and if needed, definitely they can come to our office. They can have an email exchange with us, and our sector officers can get in touch with any interested parties there.
Okay, and just a related question, Mr. Jorwal, you mentioned about the ease of doing business and sort of a single window clearance. So typically from end to finish, I mean, any examples that you may want to share where the whole project conceptualization till going live was done in a particular time frame? Any live examples that will be helpful?
So, for example, if we can say in the High Tech Valley, Ludhiana, the Hero plant is coming up there now.
Okay.
So that idea was conceptualized that we need to have a dedicated land bank for the industries in Ludhiana, because Ludhiana itself hosts for around 1 lakh industries of the state of Punjab. It may be MSME industries and the big industries. So we started it from the scratch. We designed and we gave all the clearances, approvals in a time-bound manner. It was steered by CM himself, and by December 2020, Hero will start their production. And all the facilities which have to be provided in an industrial parks, like roads, lights, sewerage system, water connection, everything has been cleared, and it's a perfect site, and it has been appreciated a lot by the Ludhiana industries. That will definitely ease out congestion and so on. The city of Ludhiana. You're not audible, Himanshu. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was saying thank you, Mr. Jorwal. I think this was helpful, and I think we've also sorted the tech issue. So over to you, Mr. Che, for your presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, this my screen is visible.
It is visible, Mr. Che.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will explain my presentation briefly. Since 2015, the government has been pursuing Digital India program, which is focusing on 3 vision areas to drive digital adoption at 9 areas, such as mobile connectivity, public internet access, and e-governance, etc. The result of this Digital India program is visible in this slide. India is a unique country with 1.26 billion people enrolled on the Aadhaar program, and there is absolutely no comparison with any other country. On other digital adoption parameters as well, India is number 2 with 19 billion app downloads, 1 billion wireless phone users, etc. And these numbers are increasing more than expected due to COVID-19, as people are spending more time digitally. India is a big country with a large number of engineering and MBA colleges, as I said, which are providing lakhs of talented people every year to the IT industry. Over the last couple of decades, India has built a strong IT expertise with almost 4 million people working in the IT industry. And India has the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world with 9,000 startups, and over the last 3 years, there has been 60% increase in the total number of startups. Out of these,
More than 1,600 startups are based on advanced technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, big data, analytics, blockchain, etc. This has been increasing over the years, and more startups in advanced technologies are expected in the future. As we saw in previous slides, India has a high digital adoption, strong IT expertise, and large ecosystem of IT startups. As digital adoption started early in Korea, there are lots of best practices which can be applied for India market to achieve digital transformation. Korean companies have built comprehensive IT solutions across various industries. Today, we can see many Korean companies have a presence in India market and are expanding their business further. Based on the above, India and Korea can leverage each other's strengths to create synergy for digital transformation in India. Now, let's look at 5 major digital transformation areas in India where synergies can be applied effectively. Let's look at the right side. So on the Making in India initiative, the contribution of manufacturing industry in GDP is expected to increase to 25% by 2022. Also, government has announced the PLI to boost the manufacturing sector by providing additional incentive on incremental sales. In case of healthcare, heart disease is #1 cause of death, and a lot of people have eye-related disease. By the way, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the government is focusing on spending to bolster the healthcare infrastructure. And our Prime Minister announced the launch of a National Digital Health Mission. Logistics market in India is expected to be more than $200 billion in 2020. And India is one of the top 5 large retail market with a market size of over 600 billion. And now focus of retailers is shifting from offline to online in the last couple of months to provide contactless service. In public service sector, government has planned to develop 100 smart cities with huge investment through Smart Cities mission. These 5 industries can get most benefit from digital transformation. From next slide, I will explain on how we can apply synergies in each area. First of all, I would like to talk about Intelligent Factory on how to build AI-based manufacturing. In the factory, equipment can be monitored through IoT and AI technologies, and we can do predictive maintenance to prevent failures in advance. At the production site, process quality can be improved through AI-based process control. And AI and data analysts can be used to analyze the defects with less manpower and high accuracy. Real-time inventory management can increase load capacity and reduce inventory lead time. Among these 4 areas, I will show you an example of AI-based inspection. Yeah, this is AI-based defect analysis case for smartphone manufacturing. In the manufacturing process, it is possible to identify defective products using visual AI technology. Moreover, the accuracy can be continuously improved through AI algorithm utilizing reinforcement learning. Now, I would like to share a second area of digital transformation, digital healthcare based on AI, cloud computing, and data analytics. Patients' eye image can be captured using portable fundus camera and uploaded the image to cloud can be analyzed using AI. With the help of this solution, doctors can diagnose the disease remotely and quickly. This solution can be of great help, especially in India, where there is a shortage of more than 100,000 eye specialists, and the government can provide a very cost-effective solution to rural and remote areas. The second use case is an ECG solution. This solution involves a lightweight wearable device called S-Patch. It can capture the ECG in real time. S-Patch can transfer data to an app on the smartphone or smartwatch quickly, and this app uploads the data on the cloud from where doctors can analyze the ECG diagram remotely. Also, patients can wear this device 24/7 at home, office, gym, or anywhere. S-Patch Cardio solution, this solution utilizes the AI technology to analyze the ECG to automatically detect various types of heart disease. So it is very important during current times. No need to visit the hospital for regular checkups, and you can take care of your health without any contact with anyone. Okay, now let's look at the smart logistics. On the smart logistics, Samsung Logistics Services covering end-to-end supply chain process based on operation know-how, tech-driven platform, and global network of partners. And this results into providing greater visibility, real-time monitoring, on-time delivery, and many more benefits to the customers. So I will explain the data marketing a little bit. And so data marketing is a solution on how we can improve the customer experience at the retail store. The solution provides in-store analytics such as traffic counter, crowd analysis, and audience measurement, etc. Based on these information, retail stores can provide differentiated customer experiences. Centralized content management is a solution that can create and distribute content remotely from the cloud to various types of screens such as displays, kiosks, and tablets deployed in the retail stores. And Smart City has a vision of a cleaner, safer, eco-friendly, and efficient city, and must provide innovative, seamless, attractive, and interactive services. As you can see, data plays an important role for enabling all the vision of smart cities. For data-driven smart city, the integrated monitoring and control centers, this collects the data through various infrastructures and diverse sensors. And you can analyze the data in real time to automatically identify any event and emergency situation. So by applying digital transformation, cities are evolving from simple residential spaces to data-driven smart cities with AI, blockchain, cloud computing, data analytics, and IoT technologies. In my short presentation, I have tried to explain you briefly on 5 digital transformation areas where Korea and India can together create synergy: intelligent factory, digital healthcare, smart logistics, data marketing, and smart city. Thank you for your attention. So I'm confident that India and Korea can together create synergies for digital transformation. And I look forward to joint success stories in the near future. I wish you all best of health and safety, and look forward for physical interaction in the near future. Dhanyawad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shea, for your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, because of some technical issues, we could not show you the previous presentation, but we'll mail that to all of you. Now, quickly moving on to the healthcare and the pharma session with Korea-India cooperation in pharma medical device industry by our moderator, Mr. Krishna Kumar Shankar Narayan, ED Health Industries PwC. And the speakers are Ms. Archana Jatkar, Associate Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and Mr. Atiullah Khan, Director, Sales and Marketing, ST Biosensor. Welcome. Mr. Krishna Kumar, sir, are you here? We're waiting for you to begin the session.
I think he's not there.
So we'll take just a 2 minutes break, ladies and gentlemen, and move forward with the session.
May I request the ICC team, the ICC host, to locate Mr. Krishna Kumar. He's
So,
there
sir,
among the
he's
delegates.
there, but the problem with his mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We're just trying to coordinate with sir, and he'll be here shortly. Thank you so much. Since there was some technical glitch, sir is just trying to log in again, so he should be here any moment. Meanwhile, Ms. Archana, I'd request you to start the session.
Can I get the sharing rights? I cannot share my screen, or somebody can play my.
I'd request Ashwini, could we help ma'am with the screen sharing, please?
Okay, now I can. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Archana Jatkar. I'm the Associate Secretary General of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. And first of all, a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present in this forum, and also to all the enthusiastic participants who continue to be with us in this session after a brilliant opening session. I would like to thank the ICC for inviting the IPA to this important forum, and we really appreciate the opportunity very much. Just to give you a very brief on what the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance is about, we are an association representing 25 large Indian pharmaceutical companies. We collectively are responsible for 80% of exports to of the country, and also around 85% of R&D investment in the private sector. Taking a clue, all of us are going through an unprecedented times due to the COVID pandemic. Every day has been a new challenge, and in India, we had undergone the toughest lockdown for about 100 days, and it continues, and the situation continues to evolve every day. It has indeed been a trying times. However, collaborative efforts among companies, government of India, and other organizations have been helping us to navigate through these tough times, and at the same time maintain a consistent supply of quality medicines. In the slide, I just wanted to flag out that the Indian pharmaceutical industry has played a key role in driving better health outcomes across the world through its affordable and high quality generic drugs. The industry's contribution has become even more prominent in 2020 as India supported the global battle against COVID-19, and it continues to support the global cooperation in this respect. Over the years, if you see, increased accessibility to affordable drugs has helped reduce disease burden in the country by almost 36% between 1990 to 2016. The lower disease burden, of course, was driven by reduction in infectious and associated diseases. And during the same period, the drug penetration in India has increased, and India has now become polio-free as a result of strong collaboration among vaccine manufacturers, healthcare providers, the government, and the development organizations. The industry has also helped in bringing down the treatment cost for the life-threatening diseases like leukemia and hepatitis C. And it has also been working to bring down the treatment cost of several of these diseases by over 5% of its original cost. The size of the industry is about $41 billion, with an equal contribution from exports and domestic sales. The industry has also been contributing significantly to India's economy by providing employment to 2.7 million people by now, directly or indirectly. We've also been generating trade surplus for the country. Globally speaking, Indian pharma has contributed to improve public health outcomes. It accounts for about 60% of global vaccine production, about 90% of WHO demand for measles vaccine is contributed or supplied from Indian side. About 40 to 70% of the WHO demand on DPT or BCG vaccines is met by the Indian manufacturers. Also, just to flag you, it is estimated that 1 in every 3 pills consumed in the United States is produced by Indian manufacturer, whereas 25% of the medicines used are made in India. In Africa, the availability of affordable Indian drugs contributed to greater access to the treatments to AIDS, where AIDS patients have been receiving almost 37% of AIDS patients receiving treatment in 2009 versus what it was 2% in 2003. Indian pharmaceutical industry has built a strong manufacturing and analytical capabilities over the years. It has developed a very cost-efficient market and has also been serving the needs of the affordable medicines to the patients across the world. In this slide, I just wanted to highlight we have a strong manufacturing and analytical capability base, over 600 US FDA approved plants, which are a highest number outside the US are situated. We also have other regulators operating in the country. And bottom line that I would like to highlight here is that there is an untapped potential as a market is still under leveraged, and there is a great opportunity for here with India and South Korea coming together. But it doesn't come without its own challenges. India is yet to achieve universal healthcare access. Access to healthcare in India is inadequate at the moment in comparison to the size of the population. About 60% of the rural patients here travel more than 5 kilometers to seek the inpatient department treatment. The doctor to nurses ratio per 1,000 population is lower than what is required, prescribed by the WHO. This is extremely critical for a healthy India and a thriving healthcare ecosystem. The inability to pay for healthcare bills is another challenge that the Indians face. The government expenditure on healthcare has been low, but we expect it to increase in the near future to almost 2.5 to 3% of the GDP, which would be comparable with other emerging economies. As a result, there has been always a trade-off between the healthcare needs and the other necessities. And here, such a challenge needs innovative digital intervention to mitigate the accessibility of shortcomings at optimal cost. And I think the recently inaugurated National Digital Platform by the Prime Minister is a step towards it. And I also saw a lot of this point in the previous presentation by the Managing Director, Samsung. This is a slide to give you a flavor of how pharma industry has evolved over a period of time. From being almost non-existent in 1970s, the Indian pharmaceutical industries has come a long way to being one of the largest and the most advanced pharmaceutical industries in the world. Be it the Patent Act in 1970, which provided for only process patent and did not allow for patenting of the end product, enabled the manufacturing of manufacturers to develop alternative processes for proprietary products. This led to a lot of manufacturing re-engineering at a low cost and a domestic industry for the country. 1991 was a pioneering moment for many of the industries, and so was it for the Indian pharmaceutical industry, where it was a year when India launched a giant economic reforms and stepped into globalization. These economic reforms propelled market liberalization, synergizing Indian industry with the world economy. This significant contribution of the Indian pharmaceutical industry became possible due to several initiatives, both at the policy and at the business level. The Indian pharmaceuticals industry's success has been built on the foundation of its unique capabilities in areas of the value chain, such as manufacturing, product development, and process innovation. Having achieved this unique distinction, the industry now needs to ensure that the enabling environment is created to fuel its growth over the next 2 decades. And the last box that I've put in this slide talks volumes about it. Moving forward, we expect that quality issues will become really important. So would be the digitalization of healthcare, with a lot of focus on patient centricity, and of course innovation will take India to move up the value chain. We believe that Indian pharmaceutical industry is poised for growth, even at the current rates of say 7 to 8% of the CAGR. The industry's annual revenues can grow up to about 80 to 90 billion by 2030. This is an assessment we had done with one of our consultants last year, and we've been a little more bolder and aspire to grow with almost 11 to 12% of CAGR, which would take us to around 120 to 130 billion dollars of industry by 2030. This would require multiple growth cylinders to fire simultaneously, and just to focus on the 4 primary goals here, keeping in line with the Government of India's vision of providing universal healthcare for India, the industry can support this goal by providing access to quality medicines at an affordable prices. Second, we believe that industry can aspire to build a strong innovation pipeline and enhance Indian pharma's significance beyond generics to biologics, to new drug development and other incremental innovations. We also believe that we can become the world's largest and most reliable drug supplier and reach about 120 to 130 billion dollars of size by 2030. Of course, these are bold aspirations, require a lot of cooperation and coordination from all the stakeholders. The size that we are expecting is really aspirational here, and we think that by doing this, Indian pharma industry's global share can go up to 8.4% from the current 4% by value. I was just looking at how India and Korea can collaborate together, and of course, Indian government's policy of Act East and South Korea's New South-Southern policy has been really helpful in propelling the growth in the economic growth of both the countries. We also are looking at this SEPA agreement, which probably underlines, gives us a good scope of improving the bilateral trade, particularly in pharma sector. Some of the key areas of collaboration that we can think of is the strong collaboration in research and development of pharmaceuticals. We do know South Korean companies are good at, have a stronghold in R&D, in manufacturing. Probably this could be one area of collaboration. Another area that we can flag here is the exchange of information on clinical trials, on domestic regulations in fields of pharmaceuticals, where Indian companies' stronghold of reach and scalability can be utilized by the South Korean economy. This is a very, very short presentation, and thank you for your patience. I would be open to all the questions. Over to you, Ms. Aneja.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful presentation.
Hi, this is Krishna Kumar. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. So you're audible.
Okay, great. Sorry about the technology glitches. It was great to listen to Ms. Jatkar, and thank you for your presentation. May I now invite Mr. Khan from SD Biosensors to kind of give his presentation, please.
So Mr. Khan is not able to log in. Give just 2 minutes. He's trying once again.
Okay.
So he's trying to log in, just 2 more minutes, sir. We're just checking.
I think
Okay.
Mr. Khan's here.
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Welcome, sir. Krishna sir, I think we can take the section forward as we have our speakers and you're here, so we can take it forward.
Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Atiullah Khan. Mr. Khan is a graduate in the master's from the Aligarh Muslim University. He has been spearheading the initiatives of SD Biosensor in India, and SD Biosensor has had several interesting products for diagnostics and especially relevant in the COVID times. So may I invite Mr. Khan to give his presentation, please?
So we'll play the presentation.
Hi, I need to share the screen or video will be played from your side.
So give me 1 minute. I'll just check. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, all the esteemed dignitaries and guests. I'm Atiullah Khan, Director of Sales and Marketing at SD Biosensor. It gives me immense pleasure to share SD Biosensor's remarkable journey and success with such an august audience. The agenda for today's meeting is as follows. I'll start with the introduction of SD Biosensor, then followed by its technology and product, and finally success story. SD Biosensor India started its remarkable journey in 2012 at Gurugram, Haryana, with a small but powerful stake in Indian diagnostic industry. Our journey started with a minimum employee size and the single product blood glucose monitoring system. Major strength of SD Biosensor is its R&D and the development of quality product with affordable price. India market is very competitive and the quality product with affordable pricing are key factor to succeed in this market. India is capital of diabetes and our blood glucose monitoring system has played significant role in diabetes management with Indian population. Today, most of the key private hospitals are using SD Biosensor blood glucose monitoring system in their hospital for inpatient monitoring. SD Biosensor has launched POCT device for HbA1c and the lipid monitoring system in 2013, and our growth has increased manifold. It has created a new revolution in diagnostic industry and testing has shifted from lab to physician office with the ease of use and the product efficacy. After remarkable growth during last 3 years of journey, ST Biosensor has invested in the land purchase for establishing manufacturing facility in Manesar. We have purchased 2-acre land at Sector 4 Manesar to meet increasing demand of India healthcare market by enhancing our production capacity and introduce many new products. In the year 2016, ST Biosensor has started manufacturing of rapid diagnostic test based on immunoassay technology for malaria and dengue. Soon we have introduced other rapid testing kits for HIV, hepatitis, chikungunya and chuchugamusi. Our production capacity has reached to the production of 40 million tests in 2018. We are third largest supplier of IGRA-based TB ELISA kits in India market, and we are number 2 in malaria rapid test supply in India. Dengue Dio concept of antigen and antibody combo test was the first concept introduced by us in Indian market. In 2018, we have added new feather in our product portfolio and introduced fluorescent based immunoassay analyzer. With this device, a mini lab can be set at any place. Ophia
Ashwini, the presentation has ended, I think, midway. So could we please look into that again? Are you here, Ms. Ashwini?
So, hello. So 1 minute. We're just checking. 1 minute. 1 minute. One minute. We are just starting with it. 1 minute.
Krishna sir, I'd request you to kindly continue with the panel discussion, and we can just meanwhile Ms. Ashwini can fix the video.
Okay. So I think while the organizers are fixing the technology glitch, we could proceed to a few questions for the two panelists. So first, if I might ask Ms. Archana from IPA, obviously the pharma industry is part of the the global response to the virus. It's got a big role to play in development of new therapies. So what I just understand from you, what has been the contribution of the Indian pharmaceutical industry during the last 6-7 months when we've seen the pandemic, predominant, not just in India, but across the world in terms of the news headlines and otherwise impact on the lives of people.
Right. Thank you, Krishna Kumarji. Just to flag you a point that so Indian industry are almost, exports 20% of generics to the whole world. And we've been playing a big role in supplying medicines especially during the pandemic times. You would remember the lockdown was announced on March 23rd. And ever since the lockdown was announced, even I would say even before that, there was a lot of concern on whether the APIs that we are receiving from some of the countries, is there a disruption? How should we go about it? The good of that story is that we had an inventory of about 3 to 4 months in February when we took a stock, and we maintained that inventory throughout. And we were able to cater to the needs of not just Indian population or the patients here, but we were also able to supply to almost over about 150 countries the critical medicines, besides what were repurposed drugs used for the treatment of COVID-19. It was a very, very crucial time. Our leadership stepped up. The IPA stepped up its effort to meet these challenges posed by the pandemic. The first objective we set for ourselves was during that time was to supply medicines consistently while safeguarding the health and security of our employees. And the lockdown, when it was announced, you would remember everything was closed. So it has a huge impact on the manufacturing, the R&D labs of the essential goods. So our leadership contacted the Indian government, made sure that the pharmaceuticals are classified as essential goods, and this was important for maintaining the continuity of operations. India is a huge country, as you know. We have about 28, 29 different states, and we have manufacturing hubs located in different parts of the country. During this lockdown, we used to submit daily reports to the government authorities in India. We used to, on the key parameters of what is the manufacturing operation, how is the ancillary industry associated with pharma is working, how is the transportation situation, and this type of a coordination and integrated effort, not just with government, but with several pharmaceutical associations in India, in several countries. We've been closely coordinating with the WHO in Geneva, the WHO in India, the associations of accessible medicine, say in US, in Europe, because you would remember Europe was hard hit before India became an epicenter for the coronavirus. So we've been continuously supplying medicines of quality, and that too at an affordable price. So I think COVID gave us, yes, COVID did throw a lot of challenge for the Indian industry, but I think we were able to step up to that challenge and face it. And we're proud to be a part of that industry which was able to cater to the needs of the needy patient, not just in India, but across the world. I hope that answers your question, but I'll be happy to take more if anyone has more questions. Krishna Kumarji, you're on a mute.
Yeah, no, I was saying that supplying not just the regular medicines, but also stepping up to the introduction of newer medicines, which are now used in management of COVID. I think it's obviously a creditable achievement. If I were to go to Mr. Khan now, sir, obviously, diagnostics have played a very major role in detection as well as preventing the spread of the pandemic. So in terms of the response of SD Biosensor during this pandemic period, what have been some of the issues that you've seen, and how have you been able to address that?
Thank you, Mr. Krishna. So COVID was a different experience for today's world. And not only entire economy, but the healthcare was also badly affected. And in this moment, even we are trying to understand the actual population who are affected with the COVID. One of the important tool was testing. Without testing, we are not able to understand how many population is affected. So what ST Biosensor did in the very early phase of COVID infection in India, we launched our diagnostic kits. First, we launched RT-PCR in the month of April. But RT-PCR has some limitations. We can do limited tests in a day. And a country like India, I say it's not country, it's a continent. So if you have to screen all the population, testing by RT-PCR was very slow. So what as a manufacturer of healthcare products, what we did, we introduced our rapid-based antigen test kit. And ST Biosensor was the first company to introduce a rapid-based antigen test kit in Indian market. And the testing time was reduced to 15 minutes. So in a 15-minute time, a patient was screened for the COVID infections. So that we launched early, but we got approval in the month of June from ICMR. And then we started supplying to Indian government from the month of June itself. And next 2 months, ST Biosensor was the standalone company who supplied this product to Indian market. And we reached across the country in such a big geography when starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we supplied our COVID antigen kit within 24 hours of the 48 hours of the order received at our site. So this helped us to do the fast screening to healthcare professionals, and the testing was increased 4 to 5 folds from RT-PCR. So that was the effort and the support done by ST Biosensor to help this country to come up with this such a pandemic situation. Krishna ji, you are on mute.
No, I'm saying obviously apart from the RT-PCR kit, I think the development of the antigen and of course of late the antibody kit for the serology surveys have helped the policy planners do a lot of we provided them with a lot of data which helps do policy level planning as well. I think going back to Ms. Jatkar, Indian companies have, pharmaceutical companies have done a lot of collaboration, with global companies. So, what opportunities do you see for furthering this collaboration, especially with Korean companies? Obviously, companies like Samsung have invested heavily in developing biologics capabilities. Celltrion is one of the leading biosimilars companies in the world. Companies like LG Biosciences have their own, I would say, biologics products in India. What opportunities do you see for collaboration between Indian pharma companies and the Korean companies? As part of, let's say, the near future. Ms. Jatkar, over to you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Krishna ji. Very good question. As I said in my presentation, R&D is the ultimate thing for pharma industry, and I think South Korean companies have a niche capacity and capability in this sector, especially when it comes to pharmaceutical industry. There is a lot of opportunity, as I said in my presentation, on R&D and also in this area of clinical trials. You would know that very recently, South Korean company, I think Daewoo, received the Indian regulatory approval to test its antiparasitic nicotinamide drug to treat COVID-19 patients in the early stage of human trial. This is in partnership with Mankind Pharma. So I think there's a huge opportunity there in R&D, and there's also opportunity in the clinical trial section, and also if there is exchange of information on regulatory or domestic regulation, this opportunity can be increased many folds in the near future. And taking a clue from, of course, this is not a pharma sector per se, but taking a clue from my predecessor's presentation from Samsung, I think there's a huge capacity that India offers in the healthcare sector. And many companies are looking companies were getting into the digitalization phase, but COVID-19 has definitely accelerated the whole process of and the acceptability of moving forward with more digitalization. I think those are really specific areas where the Korean firms, I think, have a great advantage to move in, either as a collaborator, because Indian pharmaceutical companies have the scalability and the reach factor, which can be utilized when we collaborate with the Korean firms. So I hope that answers your question, Krishnaji.
Thank you so much. I think it was good to, because the opportunity for collaboration is not just with pharmaceutical companies, but with, technology companies from Korea, and, to be obviously able to learn from them. I think another area which is for potential collaboration is how did South Korea contain the spread of the virus, right? I mean, it's one of the greatest success stories in the world when it comes to, the managing the public health, challenge associated with COVID. So I think that will also be an interesting case study for everybody who is interested in healthcare to kind of consider.
Right. Just to flag, Krishnaji, here, the integrated way in which, the pharma industry in India worked with the government and the stakeholders in India and across, it's become a case study for IIM Ahmedabad. And it's available for all the foreign services and other students who might be interested in this. So we've actually been able to document it. And thanks to the Department of Pharmaceutical and the then secretary was very keen on documenting it. So just to highlight.
Great to know. Now going to Mr. Khan, obviously one of the other, thrust areas of the government of India has been domestic manufacturing of medical devices and to reduce the import dependency of these devices. As one of the companies which has been manufacturing products in India for almost 4 years now, was keen on understanding your thoughts about the manufacturing opportunities in India, and how did SD Biosensor go about scaling up its manufacturing in the country. Mr. Khan, over to you.
Yeah, good question, Mr. Krishnan. So I say India is the best place for establishing any manufacturing facility. Nowadays, the government has more focus and support for manufacturing facility. So there is a Make in India project by government where many supports are given from the government. And there are also very much support for taxation part once you go for India manufacturing. So though we started our manufacturing just 4 years back, and we started with 1 or 2 product. In 2018, we reached our capacity of 40 million tests per year. And now in this COVID time during 2020, our capacity had reached up to 140 million tests. So a major part was contributed by manufacturing of COVID antigen test kit and some part of COVID antibody test kit as well. So COVID has been also supporting us to scale up our manufacturing capacity, and today we are able to meet the demand of India requirement. And as of now, from our India manufacturing, we are supplying to only part of all the states of India, but we are very much ready to enhance our capacity for the global export also. And we are looking to enhance our facility so that we can meet the demand of global requirement. So very soon, once the market is open, there are limitations for export also for certain products. So once we get this opportunity, probably we would be the best company to export the global requirement as
well. Krishna sir, since we're running out of time, I would request that if we could just have one last question and wind the session with the presentation.
Sure. This is my last question, and essentially, which is to Ms. Jatkar, which is around, you mentioned about, research collaborations, and within the broad pharma space, are there specific areas which you, of product focus where you think there is a increased opportunity for collaboration between Korea and India?
Well, that's a very, very tough question, Krishnati, to answer. But I think if you look at, say, the regulations related to clinical trials, for example, they have been eased out in recent times, and it provides a great opportunity for, Korean companies because they have a strong positioning in that sector. And with COVID-19, definitely, companies, Indian companies, as I said, has the scale and the reach, and there are companies which are looking into manufacturing and discovering the vaccines. And so licensing in that sector or some kind of a collaboration would definitely help, not just India and Korea, but I think around the world. That's the things that come to my mind up front. But I'm pretty sure that if we go deep dive into this thing, we can sort of do that in a more product way manner. But I'll be happy to do that if anyone has interest in that, and we can definitely look into that segment.
Excellent. I know that we are.
I have to leave for another meeting.
So, we are winding up. So thanks both to both panelists, Ms. Jatkar and Mr. Khan, for your time and your patience. I know that we had a few technical glitches, but thank you for the opportunity, and back to the organizers for winding up the session.
Thank you so much for such an engrossing session. Thank you. Over to Ashwini. I'd request you to play the video from where it ended so that we can wind up the session. Miss Ashwini, are you there?
Yes, we are playing the video. One minute.
Specialized POCT devices are very useful to reach at each and every corner of the country due to its ease of doing testing with no technical manpower requirement, fast result, and wide storage temperature range. In India, 45 to 50% labs are standalone, and small devices with the better accuracy can be used in those setups. We have product right from communicable to non-communicable disease, which makes us more demanding in Indian market. Our business portfolio is currently metabolic and immunoassay. We are planning to step in molecular diagnostic market in future, which would be another feather in ST Biosensor product portfolio. In metabolic, we have blood glucose monitoring system and HbA1c test system. We also have dry chemistry for lipid testing. Blood glucose monitoring system being used at hospital as well as self-monitoring purpose. Lipid devices are being used at doctor's clinic. We have 4 different test kits for malaria. We have combo and the separate test for antigen and antibody detection of dengue. We have 2 different testing models for HIV and hepatitis. We also have ELISA testing kits for IGRA-based TB and dengue. We have 3 different models based on fluorescent immunoassay for different categories of clinical and diagnostic setups. There are n number of test items right from communicable to non-communicable disease. We can do metabolic, hormone, cardiac, cancer marker and infectious disease testing with this device. Last 2 years has been excellent year for FIA business in India. today we are at number 2 for FIA installation in Indian market. Starting from an organized lab to standalone labs are using this product. 2020 has been an excellent year of growth for ST Biosensor with timely introduction of COVID testing kit for RT-PCR and rapid antigen test. ST Biosensor business has grown manifold. During this global pandemic, launch of COVID diagnostic kits really helped the people of this country to make necessary precautions and joining back to their business. It has helped in running economy of the country. ST Biosensor's COVID antigen kit was the first rapid antigen test kit approved by ICMR to be used in this pandemic in Indian market. Because of our high quality, easy testing in field, it was approved fast and no other company could launch this product for next 2 months, as we used to operate as a single manufacturer and supplier of this product in the month of June and July 2020. We are number 1 in supply of COVID rapid antigen test kit in India and we have more than 80% market share. Approval of WHO EUL has added another feather in ST Biosensor quality products. We are working on saliva based COVID antigen test and FIA test. We are expecting to be first company to launch saliva based COVID antigen test in India market. This will help for ease of doing testing and maximize the product reach. With the launch of multiple products, our business has grown manifold from 2012 to 2020. It will further provide business stability in coming time, and introduction of a new product in molecular diagnostic will be key driving factor for ST Biosensor growth in India. Our multiple product, right from screening to confirmatory test, has made job of healthcare professionals easy and help for fast diagnosis. Early diagnosis help for early treatment and make high possibility of saving lives. COVID being global pandemic, it was important to test, track and treat faster. It has a big impact on the country economy, and to bring life back, fast diagnosis has played an important role. Launch of RT-PCR test had reliable test result, but testing result was slow due to long process. To test for the population like India, there was a requirement of test kit which can give fast result with high accuracy. We have supplied our COVID rapid antigen test kit nearly all states of India. This has helped all the state government to make faster testing in the containment zones. We have also supplied our blood glucose monitoring system to most of the Indian states to help their management of lifestyle disease, and India being diabetes capital of the world. We are also supplying our HIV test kit to NACO for national program and malaria test kit to various states for helping diagnosis of malaria infected people. ST Biosensor kept constantly making on development of quality product. We support on clinical study, quality control and academic speech. ST Biosensor will keep striving for development of innovative products to serve humanity and save life with the timely diagnosis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for such a great session. Thank you, delegates. Now we'll move on to our next session that focuses on insights from Korean companies in India. I'd like to say that we have a message from Mr. Brijesh G. Suresh, AVP Business Strategy, Hyundai Motors India Limited. And he'll talk about the future market for Hyundai Motors.
Or I'm gone.
I'll take a lot less. Defending the drones. Show maps. Backup needed. We lost him.
It seems like everybody wants you.
I'm Born Magnetic. The all-new i20. Born Magnetic.
A very good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries and guests. My name is Brijesh Gubbi Suresh, AVP and Group Head, New Business Strategy at Hyundai Motor India. I'm privileged and very excited to present to you about Hyundai eco-friendly mobility initiatives in India and the world. The agenda is as follows. I start with the introduction of Hyundai Motor Group's eco-friendly vehicles and then take you through our technological superiority in battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles, and our initiatives to bring these technologies to masses in India. Hyundai Motor Group remains steadfast in its vision of a clean mobility landscape where progress keeps people and communities at heart. Hyundai offers all 4 types of eco-friendly cars: hybrid electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, fuel cell electric vehicles with superior technology to lead future mobility. Hyundai has efficient hybrid EVs, long-range EVs, and mass production capabilities in hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. Hyundai Motor is one of the leading companies in terms of EV sales, serving in all major automobile markets across the world and providing customer-centric EV solutions. Under Strategy 2025, Hyundai Motor Company is the world's 3rd largest automaker of eco-friendly vehicles. Hyundai first introduced Ioniq EV in 2016 with a range of over 300 kilometers, and in 2019 introduced Kona EV with a range of over 450 kilometers to meet the long-range requirements of EV users. In 2020, Hyundai Motor announced Ioniq, brand dedicated to EVs, thus opening new chapter for customer-centric EV experiences, and is in line with Hyundai's vision of progress for humanity. Hyundai will introduce 3 innovative Ioniq EV models over the next 4 years, starting with Ioniq 5 in early 2021. Ioniq EV models will be built on Hyundai's superior electric global modular platform to enable fast charging capability and plentiful driving range. In line with global vision, Hyundai Motor India aims to lead clean energy initiatives in India and also contribute to the society by reducing vehicular emissions. Hyundai Motor India launched India's first electric SUV, Kona EV, in India in July 2019. Kona Electric has powerful performance and cover a distance of over 450 kilometers in a single charge, which is largest range amongst all EVs sold in India. Hyundai Kona electric vehicle became the first and only electric SUV from India to have reached the Mount Everest base camp. Hyundai provides 3 years unlimited kilometer warranty with roadside assistance and 8 years 160,000 kilometer battery warranty. I'm happy to announce that Hyundai Motor India will supply 100 Kona electric vehicles to EESL for government use in 2020. Hyundai Motor India understands customer need for safe and easy charging options. We have worked extensively to provide best charging experience for our users through portable home chargers that are provided free of cost with Kona and public EV charging options at 50 plus Hyundai dealership locations covering all major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, and so on. Hyundai Motor India is committed in providing customers with peace of mind through innovation and mobile EV charging solutions, even in unforeseen situations. Hyundai Motor India is providing vehicle-to-vehicle charging and portable charger along with our partner Allianz for Hyundai customers in some select cities. Hyundai will expand further to all the major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, and Chennai and beyond in the near future. Hyundai Motor India aims to provide widespread public EV charging network in India. We have partnered with leading Government of India agencies like IOCL and EESL to provide public charging infrastructure in selected cities as pilot. Hyundai Motor has also developed world's first mass market hydrogen fuel cell vehicle platform and is actively driving the hydrogen economy globally. Hyundai Motor is frontier in green car technology, and fuel cell electric vehicles are our commitment to future generations. Hyundai Motor launched world's first hydrogen fuel cell car in 2013 and it is now available in 18 countries. In 2018, Hyundai stepped up the game and offered next generation fuel cell electric vehicle Nexo with world's best driving range of 600 plus kilometers and fine dust purification of up to 99.9%. Recently in October 2020, Hyundai Motor delivered first hydrogen fuel cell truck to Switzerland. Hyundai Nexo offers eco-friendly technology with only water vapors as emission. It gives the safest driving experience. It has the fastest refueling time with less than 5 minutes at approximately 700 bar pressure, giving it a superior driving range of 600 plus kilometers in a single fill. Hyundai Nexo eliminates 99.9% of the ultra-fine dust in the air it takes in with inbuilt air filter and membrane humidifier that removes ultra-fine dust particles and discharges just clean air. In line with Prime Minister Modi's vision for green mobility in India, Hyundai Motor India has strong commitment to bring fuel cell electric vehicles to the Indian market. Hyundai Motor India and IOCL are considering possible collaboration in the FCEV area to provide clean mobility solutions and support adoption of new technology. Hyundai Motor India is committed to sustainable mobility and is keen to work with government and related partners to realize Prime Minister's green mobility vision for India. Thank you.
Next in line, we have a message from Mr. Asim Vars, Senior Vice President, Samsung India, and he'll speak about Samsung smartphone and India.
Hi, my name is Asim Varsi and I have been with Samsung for over 15 years. There are many things that make Samsung a great company. At the outset, let me say that Samsung India is quintessentially an Indian company at its heart. We are passionate about Indian consumers and all our products are based on innovations that are driven by the needs of the Indian consumers. We understood the potential of India 25 years ago and set up our operations in 1995 to serve 1 billion consumers, opening new possibilities for people of this huge country. In 1996, we started work on our first factory in Noida. Samsung was amongst the first companies in India to start local manufacturing of mobile phones in 2007 at its Noida factory. Samsung has not only focused on local production in India, but also set up a huge R&D base in the country where thousands of engineers develop software solutions for smartphones and televisions for India and the world. At Samsung, we're deeply invested in mining consumer insights, which are leveraged for future product developments. This initiative is known as Make for India. Over the past few years, as part of the Make for India initiative, Samsung India, with its strong R&D expertise and keen insights gathered through consumer research, has created unique features that are specially designed to meet the Indian consumers' needs through its smartphones, televisions, and digital appliances. In 2018, we enhanced capacity at our smartphone factory in Noida in Uttar Pradesh to transform it into the world's largest mobile factory, putting India at the center of global smartphone manufacturing. The world's largest factory, built at an investment of rupees 4,195 crores, marked Samsung's Make for the World initiative. In this decade, when smartphones have triggered a global revolution, transforming the way millions of people connect with each other, Samsung has played a pivotal role by providing technology to consumers across the smartphone spectrum. Through relentless innovation and discovery, Samsung has transformed the world of smartphones, wearable devices, and tablets. Samsung's popularity in India is on account of its relentless focus on consumer-centric innovations. While the company has been engaged in Make in India for the last 25 years, it has consistently backed its manufacturing prowess with cutting-edge R&D. Samsung is focused on consumers and is the only global company in India that caters to smartphone needs of consumers across the spectrum. In India, Samsung manufactures next-generation smartphones such as the Galaxy Z Fold 2, as well as entry-level feature phones. We are excited by the opportunities in India as more and more consumers are embracing the age of digital transformation. We know that a one-size-fits-all approach is no longer enough. Indian millennials and Gen Z consumers are the most discerning and demanding, and they want choices. Indian consumers are not only the first to embrace new technologies, they are also the first to receive them. Last year, in 2019, India was the first market to get the powerful new Galaxy M series. This year, the Galaxy F series debuted first in India. Designed specifically for tech-savvy millennials, our India-first Galaxy M and F series have had a great positive response from consumers. By listening and responding to consumers' feedback, we are creating meaningful innovation that meets the needs of the market. Samsung's vision is to be the innovator of new mobile experiences that flow with our consumers seamlessly and continuously. By harnessing the power of 5G and AI, we will pioneer the new generation of immersive, personal, and intelligent experiences. Experiences that reach across every device, platform, and brand. Today, Samsung is India's largest consumer electronics company, and with over $10 billion in revenue, is also one of India's biggest consumer-facing companies. Samsung is also the country's most trusted smartphone brand, a recognition that we truly aspire for year after year. We can assure you that Samsung will remain committed to India in a big way and be at the forefront of new technology in the coming decade, like the way we have served Indian consumers over the last quarter of a century in the country. In the near term, here's signing off 2020 with the festive season ahead. Here's wishing you all great health and success.
closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor to invite Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General, Indian Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, all. I think we had a very good opening session where we heard the state industry ministers of Telangana and Odisha, and also both the ambassadors, including the Minister of Trade from Korea. And then we heard specific opportunities in the states from Punjab, Telangana, Odisha, and of course our lead partner state, Gujarat, and then specific sessions and opportunities. On behalf of ICC, I would like to express our hearty thanks to the state partners, our lead partner, Gujarat, followed by our partners, Odisha, Punjab, all the ministers, everybody, all the participants. I think there are definite opportunities both sides. And as ICC, we are committed to facilitate and support companies from India as well as from Korea to engage, interact, explore, and we'll be happy to support and facilitate the process. I would also like to thank all our technical session speakers, sector experts, the state senior officials for kindly gracing and sharing specific opportunities in the states. Last but not least, all the participants. And I think the B2B meetings are going on. We would encourage you to remain engaged with the companies with whom you have met. And in any case, we at ICC are there to support and to address any kind of queries you will have. So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was an absolute pleasure to have all of you amongst us. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion with your esteemed presence. Thank you, and I wish all of you all the best. Have a great day and a great time. Thank you so much.